Guess what time it is? We're back. Doing another stream today. Get a double dose of me. I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm glad you're here. I'm gonna let people know that we're live. What are we doing tonight? So we're back for our usual Thursday evening stream. Come hang out. We're going to talk about some Contentful and some Rails tonight. Because that's what we're actually doing. Let's just message. Alright. Just doing some messaging, getting the thing started. We should also, like, actually talk about what we're doing tonight, which we're gonna do. Rail building out forms. And more validation. Yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. That is what we're doing tonight. Yeah, we're back at it, y'all. Isn't that great? So, we're gonna start somewhere a little different today. Because I learned something new about Contentful that I didn't know was a thing. And I wanna see if it's true. So, we're messing with Contentful. So, I was told by somebody that when you create a new environment, it actually clones it. And then, let's say I go make a content change, so the service page became my test service page. And this wants me to do 6. Get out of here. That's an excessive amount. Let's see if we can go change that validation real quick. I'm just very curious. Service page. And I said references many, and I said at least 6. Let's just say it not more than 6. That might let me go save our page. Oh, save my changes, please. So what we're trying right now is we're just going and getting a page. We're just going to publish it. We'll just publish an empty entry too, because why not? And then, okay, made some changes here. So if I go into my environment settings, if I want to delete this environment, you're about to delete all the environment data, including the environment to be compared. Okay. I don't compare and merge content models across environments. Now you can compare content types and review conflicts and merges all without writing migration scripts. Ooh, that's helpful. Sure. Install. Authorize access. So maybe not by default, but with this. Okay, how many times do I have to hit the button install? Thank you. All right, so if we go to the app and I go to our merge. So target environment is master. And our environment is dev. Is that what I called it? Yeah. Why are there no matches found? This is a question I have today. Why does this merge tool not see all of my branches? Do I need to install it differently? Announcement, merge app, environment alias. So if I go and I say installed apps, let's see if I just missed something here. Let's go into the configure. A minimum of 2 environments in the same safe with the app installed, each environment to be used for comparing changes. Allowed to read all entries from the target. Okay. That kind of aligns with what I want. But how do I... Okay, let's uninstall it. Let's make sure I installed it correctly. I'm always worried I'm not doing installations correctly. So if we go to environment, install merge, choose, yeah, I want that. And then it's saying environments. Select all environments. Authorize access. That's probably what I messed up. So now if I go to the merge tool, let's see what this does. You selected your production environment as the target. To avoid breaking changes, we don't recommend merging directly to your production environment. Instead, clone your production environment and merge to the clone. Once the merge is successful, hello, Rooter. Once the merge is successful, you can point to that environment. Okay, but that's kind of what I did here. So let's see what it says. So, details, related array, JSON. What's different in the JSON? Aha, here we go. That's helpful. It says min max. I'm doing well, my friend. We are learning a good bit about Contentful today, and we're pretty happy about it now that I'm looking at it. Okay, so we can do that, and then service page array. So we've got, so all this does is it does model changes. It doesn't actually do content merges. Interesting. This is very interesting. So you can only do content type merging, and it's a free tool. So if I now go in here and I go look at my content model for service page, we can go look at the validation that I changed. We can see that it's now 6. Huh! What do you know, y'all? What do you know? Contentful has gotten pretty damn good. You used to have to script all this stuff. One of my engineers was pointing this out to me, and I was like, huh, I don't think it does that. And it doesn't, but they have a tool for it now. So it's more interesting because what I can get him to do, he can still clone it. Like, we just make one new environment, but that's interesting. I'm just curious. Environments. This one says 1 out of 2. I'm learning a lot about Contentful today. This is very interesting. Well, it was a nice little detour in Contentful before we got started today. I was very curious kind of what was going on there because I had no idea. So, welcome. What are we talking about today? What are we doing? Might be another question. Do I not? Oh, I thought I had 2 terminals open for some reason. All right, so what did we do yesterday? We got our styles done, and we've made some kind of nice features. Like, we've got an accessible menu. We've got, you know, decent looking buttons. I'm not going to say this is the prettiest UI of all time. I'm not a designer, but, you know, I got something put together pretty quickly, and I'm just using just out of the box stuff. And then we can click things and do things. And this was a huge goal of yesterday, was getting it so we can actually start, you know, actually building features, but also giving us some like content infrastructure things to make things better. So if we kind of like review what we did yesterday, like if we go to our application HTML, we can see we have this layout now, and we're going to see it's now made up of a bunch of shared elements. So if we go in like our navigation for a second, we can see like, hey, there's this navigation tree, and you might be like, oh, where does navigation tree come from? Well, it's in our application controller or our admin controller, kind of depends on where you are. But because of class inheritance and all that, we've kind of created a way to structure these navigations depending on what context you're in, which is really helpful for building these navigation elements. And so now we have like the navigation tree in our app controller, and then in our admin controller, we have a different set of rules. And I guess I should probably, do a quick Rubocop disable on this because it's just going to be a long method. There's no working around it. But these are our lovely like navigation elements. Really, really happy with that. Now we could probably, if we were smart, turn this into YAML, but I'm not gonna do that for now. It's not what I want to do. So we've got all that working. And so now our navigation renders based off of our context. So like we can see this real quick. If I log out, same navigation, but this navigation is now the application one because I'm not logged in. I'm not using the admin controller. And then when I go log in, when I actually log in correctly, we see that now I'm in the context of the admin controller. And now that I'm in the admin controller, I get a different navigation. And that all works super well. And we did some stuff to optimize this because there was also like the shared dropdown. So if we look at our dropdown component for a second, like we made a reusable dropdown component in Rails. So anytime I need a dropdown, I can now just use this component, which is great. And then with our navigation tree and all that, if we go back to our admin controller, we actually did some stuff here with some table joining to actually optimize how we are fetching data into the environment and making sure that we're not doing an n+1 query. In this case, it would have been just 3 queries, but rather than 3 queries, why don't we just run 1? Because we can. And so we did, and now everything here just references the specific values. And this is great because now our template has access to it, makes our template more robust. We've got some styles. We spent a lot of time making these drop-down menus nice. And so now we got like a pretty, I mean, we still haven't written any JavaScript, believe it or not. Like these menus, no JavaScript, which is really cool. And so we're at this point of like, we haven't done any JavaScript. Everything's still Ruby and Rails. No hotwire yet. And it's just working. So we did all that. We did a little bit of refactoring. So what we're going to do today, since we did a lot of it yesterday, is we're actually going to work on our first form and actually doing this correctly. So we're going to fix our kind of event. We have some problems. We have some event validation stuff that we need to fix. And we want to clean this up a good bit. We also probably would want to recreate this UI. So these are going to be some of the things we're going to try and do today. I'm also realizing I should probably fix my lighting because the sun's going to go down probably halfway through the stream and I'm not even going to realize it. So first things first, we have made an accessible navigation. Oh, we should also check accessibility and make sure that like, I'm not lying to you that we did all this stuff and made it accessible and then, screwed up. So let's do a full table scan. Hey, look at that. No accessibility failures yet. We're really happy about that. We like to know that accessibility is top of mind and it's working correctly. So we did good there. Now I'm going to kind of avoid the whole thing with this table and all that. We're not going to focus on this screen today. We're going to focus on creating new events, but I also want to change to React Conf as I do this. And the main reason I want to do that is, we don't have more React Confs defined yet. So let's say there's going to be a React Conf 2025. Well, we're going to want to do that. So let's do that. And we're going to put in just a lorem ipsum in here for now. And we're going to set a time zone. We'll even put in some garbage data here. 2025. Let's say it starts at 8 a.m. And let's say it ends on 11/12/2025 at 5 p.m. Like, let's say this is our event. So I just want to show you what happens when I try and do this now. What we're going to find is we've got a lot of problems. First and foremost, our validations are failing. And they're failing because there's a bunch of constraints on our database that we haven't actually coded into our event model yet. So this is kind of the first thing we need to be doing. And this is just a good lesson in the fact that when you write an event, as an example, Sorry, I want to pull up the schema and show y'all what I'm talking about for a second. So this is a good lesson that if we put a database constraint of like not null or uniqueness or any of these different things into our migrations, probably one of the first things we should be doing. So if we go back to our event here, we should be putting validation on top of our on top of those fields to actually match what's in the database. So to give an example, venue type here. This is actually an enum type as I've defined it. But if you look here, this isn't defined as an enum. And part of that is I don't think you can do this in Rails, which a little disappointing. But other database schemas might allow me to do this and enforce it. So what I want to do is I need to put a validation there. But the validation that I'm failing on, and we can go back here to look at it, or we can come look in our terminal. Both will tell us, but event registration start at is our problematic field today. And if we look at it, it says null is false. And if we go back to the form before we submitted it, you can see that we don't even have registration start at or end at defined. Same with the currency. Same with all these things. Now, currency's fine because it's defined as USD and it's got this currency and all that. But what we really should be doing is putting validations on any of these fields that could be problematic. So we're going to do that, and we're going to kind of handle it one at a time, so to speak. So let's start just kind of going field by field and deciding what we want. So name. Our rule on name is that it is present. We're pretty good with that. Next one we want to do is we're not forcing descriptions to exist on these. And so that's because some of them have reputations, they don't need their names, but most people are going to put descriptions. So that's why we allow description to be null. But one might argue we shouldn't do that, and that's okay. So what we're going to do here, we're going to just put a validation here, and we're going to do it for description. And we're not going to force it at the database level, but we are going to force it at the model level. And one of the other things I want to see is like Rails min length validator. I was curious if it's possible if you could do this. Aha. Or even more precise with the new hash validates. So let's look at the validates documentation. I like that there's good documentation here. So in this case, it says we can do, we can do a lot of kind of pretty crazy stuff now that I'm looking at it. So one of the attributes I was hoping for is length. Here we go. So we can set the length to be, well, I'm curious. I like this length. Length is good. Validates first name length maximum. Well, we need length minimum is what I want here. So we're going to do length. We're going to do a minimum here. And we're going to set that minimum to 10 characters. I think that's a reasonable description minimum. That's like at least 3 words, give or take. Whereas the name, like we're expecting the presence of it to be there. I'm still going to okay this as just presence and not deal with length or anything, because I don't think there should be an arbitrary length set on that. Now let's do this next one, which is going to be time zone. Time zone's interesting because it is a presence validator, but it's also got a special set of rules assigned to it. And I'm just looking to see if I have anything. So let's just see if we could find what I'm looking for real quick. So it doesn't look like it has what I'm looking for, and that's okay. Rails time zone. This is what I'm looking for. So this is one of those things that I was hoping would exist, and this is going to be really helpful for us. What we want to do is we want to validate the time zone format. And what we could do here is we could make a new validator for our time zone format. And what this should do is we want to make sure that when we're using, and here we're going to go ahead and move this over for now. Let's go ahead and pull up our Rails console for a minute. So one of the things we want to do is we're saying our time zone needs to be a specific format. If we go look at our seed file, every time I've done it in here so far, we've matched it to, let's see what I've matched it to originally. Event. Here's event. Time zone, America, New York, right? So these are the time zones we want. So we want to make sure that, you know, this is our value as an example. We want to make sure that this value is inside of what Rails considers to be its time zone information. So if we look at time zone, it's not implemented there, but if we pull tzInfo time zone, hey, here we go, time zone. So we have all of these methods now. And if we look at ISO 8601, what is this going to do? Method for creating a new active time with zone instance in the time zone of self from an ISO 8601 string. So if the time.zone is Hawaii, time.zone ISO is all of this. So that's not really what I'm looking for. Let's see if we can find a method that looks like it could validate or give us what our format is. And I'm hoping it's just in this library and I don't have to go pull something else, but you know, we'll see in a minute. So let's see. If we look at this, this is saying, let's see what happens if we put the value into here. I didn't think that would work. And this is more interesting because it's active support time zone. So what's active support time zone if we put in the value? Does that work? Oh, check this out. This is great. So if I put in the time zone that it gives me, and I get out that the name is equal to the name I put in, or the value in this case, that should be what we want. Now, I wonder if we could just do include val. Wrong argument for string expected module. So no, it didn't like that so much. But find tzInfo for the value. Hey, that gave me a thing. So let's see, let's assign that to tz for a second. And let's see if tz name gives me something. Cool. So we're able to find a time zone by this. And that's good. So let's say our value isn't what I wrote here. Let's say it's EST. So this is what I was worried about. This is going to give us a different value than the one I wanted. So like, let's say I put in blech. We get a invalid identifier, which is good. But what we want is we want to get the specific format. Now, time zone format. So there are two different things. There's like the country code, the TZ identifier, and a few other ways, the like time zone abbreviation. I always want to get the TZ identifier for this. So the value that's passed should be the TZ identifier. So let's say there's something like keys are Rails time zone names, values are tzInfo identifiers. So like, here's all the mapping for everything. And if I look for EST on this page, it's showing me that it's not in that set, but we just proved that it was there. So what does tzInfo do? Time zone get mapping name or name, which is a little different than what I wanted here. So like if I do tzInfo, on the value, I get what I want. But if I put an EST here, like I did before, I also get something. So both of those aren't equivalent to me. So let's do just an inspect on this real quick. Doesn't do much. That's not helpful. So how can we just get the specific thing that I'm looking for? Like, I don't want the ISO of it necessarily. I don't need the local. Compare name and TC identifier to supplied regex, returning true if the match is found. So if we do let's try it. If we do said match on val. No, this isn't working. And that's because this is expecting an instance. Oh, these are instance methods. So these aren't going to be helpful for what I'm doing. But what I want is, well, here, let's try this. So if we get the EST like we did before, and let's say, does it match our value? It says, nope, no good. That's not what we were hoping for. So this is supposed to be an instance of active support time zone, the time zone class. If I do time zone class, just uninitialized. So this is weird. So let's see if we could find something a little more helpful for what we're trying to do. Create active with zone. Lazily load instance only when they're needed. Time zone wrapper, which is, these are methods, but I'm looking for static. Oh no, not date time zone. Well, we're not doing time zone management right now. So this is the good news. What we're trying to do right now is no, don't leave. Please stay. No, what we're trying to do right now is we're doing validation against time zones. So what we're trying to get, and this is so far so good, we're trying to make sure that we're not getting time zones that we don't want to support. So for instance, if we look here, like this gives us ETC, I'm guessing there's an S somewhere in here. Yeah, like EST. We're trying to make sure that the format that we're getting is a valid time zone. So it looks like we could store all of these other values, but I want to find basically an alternative here. Validate that time zone is a valid time zone in, what's the format I'm looking for? I had it open before. In TZ identifier format. All right, let's see. Let's not getting what I was hoping to get so far. So if we do active support time zone dot all, is this a different list? This is my question. So if I do find TZ info on that one, and let's say we put EST in, do I get EST? That's not what I was hoping to find. Is there an alternative? What methods do I have? So TS dot transitions up to, what the heck does that do? Doesn't seem like what I want. Periods for local, canonical zone. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, right? We're seeing what we could find, because this has given us some identifier abbreviation. So let's do the same functions, but instead of this one, let's put value, which is our America, New York. So the identifier, the abbreviation. Interesting. So this is what I was hoping to avoid. I really don't want to store EST into the database. I only want things like America, New York. But I guess these are valid time zones because there's going to be regions where it's always EST year round and whatnot. So I guess I just need to give up on kind of the thing I'm saying. So I guess it's okay. So let's just do this one more time, but let's make sure we understand what happens if I pass in a BS value in here. So this gives us an invalid identifier BS. So we're going to have to try catch on that effectively. So what we'll do is if time zone is blank, we'll error because you have to have a time zone. And if time zone, if the format is not, so this is where it gets more interesting. It's unless the active time zone, fine. And the question is, can I just call time zone like this? So if I can find, unless I can find the TZ info, add that error. But then what's interesting is this can error, and I wanna, let's see, can I do try with like that? That throws an exception too. At least it worked though. So like if I put EST in here, that's gonna be fine. Huh. Ruby. Try run function without error. So there's gotta be a way. Ruby catch error on function call inline. It's kind of what I want to do. It's like a one-line rescue is what I want. So in this case, unless, and then we can just rescue. Can we do rescue nil like that? Wouldn't let me do anything, but that's okay. We'll just return true, as in the time zone format is good. So let's just do this real quick. Let's see if we were successful in our hopeful test here. So if we do event, let's call it event, and we just make a new event. If we say event.timezone is EST, we do event valid, we're gonna get a bunch of it's not valid because you can just see that it's gonna throw errors. So if we look at the errors and the full messages, what we should see is time zone didn't show up as one of our exceptions. What's really nice about this and what I like about Rails validations is it actually will run all of them. Like one of the worst user experiences in the world is you go and you like keep changing form elements and it just validates the first thing and craps out on that first validation. Like, have you ever experienced that? It just feels bad. So that's what I like about Rails is it'll just like capture all of them and tell you every single thing that's wrong. So if we go do, you know, this again, we do America slash, let's do space New York because I bet that's actually invalid. Huh. Fun fact, that didn't error. Not what I expected. America slash New York. So, oh, yeah. This is the problem. This is our problem. So basically we have to run this function to find the time zone. If we end up rescuing, then we add the validation. So I wrote the validation incorrectly. I was like, huh, something didn't seem right there. So let's try it one more time. So if we go and we do the EST version, validate, full messages. This time it's mad because we don't have a translation string. But this one's complaining about format which is interesting. But if we do the same thing with America/New York, validate that, event time zone, error messages, that one's broken. But then if we go put the underscore like we expected, and we validate this time. All right, guy. Okay, guy. We'll go put your validations in. The one downside about translating early, you have to deal with your stuff very quickly. So let's go ahead and fix it. So we're going to have time zone here, because that's what I called it. And then it's presence and format. Time zone is not a valid time zone format. I don't know. We're just gonna go with that string for now because I need something. It's Americ. Did I type American? Is that why I messed up? Well, you know what, Jeremy? You know what? Thank you. Let's use American New York just to like be invalid for a second because that's a total thing I would do. And we could see that our lovely time zones there. And now we can also go and fix it to America, New York. Again, I'm curious if the space works or not. That was something I was actually curious about. So if we fix it this time, see, it still says it's not in a valid format, which that's not true. We've been over this, right? America underscore New York is correct. So I've got a buggo here. So let's see what happens. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Reload. So we'll have to make a new event. And we'll do this guy and we'll do a validate call. So now we're going to see, okay, is time zone here. And that's part of why it's broken is we're not finding time zone like I was hoping. So we should be able to just do, how do we fix this? Active support time zone. So continue. This is why we test our application and why tools like the Rails console are a great feature. Because now we can actually see, what happens when we try to validate it. And here we're going to see that this one returned false this time. And if we go back to our full messages, we'll see that the right error message isn't there this time. So we'll go make it American again because we said that's definitely invalid. And let's do our full messages and we're good. Now the question is, this thing can throw an error. And the question is, what is the error it throws when you put in BS? This throws an invalid identifier BS, which I guess this is a standard error. But I want to see if I can make it so we only catch on the one exception. So like, as an example, let's just, how do you throw? Throw my custom exception. I want to just do this arbitrarily. And the reason is I want to make sure I'm not doing something I think is right, but it's actually wrong. So let's do a quick validate. And this threw a custom exception that it didn't catch, which we're very happy about. That's what we wanted to see. So if we reload after we fix that, reinitialize, and then validate here, we get the false. And that means So this is kind of a cool thing about Ruby in general is rescues can be narrowed to only a specific type. So like I am only rescuing from this exception. If I see any other exception, I actually want my program to error. And this is good. This is actually what we want behaviorally. So we've now written a time zone. Yay! So we've taken care of description, we've taken care of time zone. Start it and end at are stuff that we've handled before. Now we want to do a venue type validation, right? So let's do that one next. So validate venue type. And we're not necessarily. So what am I listening to? Shuffle a playlist, loop the playlist. This is a terrible UI. I can't tell if I'm actually in this playlist or not. But yeah, let's just keep let's keep looking for a minute. So we taking care of our time zones. We're happy with that. Wait, was that the no? We're good here. So now we're back to our validator. Now the next thing we want to kind of see is if it's in a set of the enumerables effectively. So like this is a case where we want, if it's not one of these values, we don't want to accept it. And there should be a way to do this. It should be easy. I just don't know what it is. Inclusion. Inclusion's super easy. We like this. I don't have to write a crazy custom value now. Boom, that's it. Done. So if we go reload now, we do a new event. Named venue type on the model event, but this will generate an instance method in person, which is already defined by another enum. Oh. So if I get rid of this line now and reload. So I think I just kind of made something unnecessary. Ooh, unknown inclusion. Valid keys are on if unless prepend. Perhaps you meant to call validates. I did mean to call validates. Validates is very different than validate. So let's try this one more time. So now if we do event.validate, and then we do, get our errors, full messages again, we should see that. What is the venue type? Oh, so it defaulted to a value. Let's say it's B instead. And we go do our validate, and then we look at our errors. We should see that venue type is not included in the list. We can make that error message a lot better, but this is going to take care of this for us. So this is saying, hey, this better be one of these three values. Otherwise, like, nope, you're not valid. And we're very happy with that because now we can write our next validation, which in this case, our next validation is going to be these fields here, which we're actually going to put off for a minute. I'm putting them off because they're special, which is we want to validate venue, and I'm going to call it venue info, which is really all of those fields if the venue type is, and in this case, it's really just not equal to online. This is pretty notorious line of code right here. I don't think this is correct. I want to state that for the record. I'm pretty sure I'm going to run a new event and this is going to be very angry. Yeah. So this is very mad because all of these fields are only need to be validated if the venue type here matches the online version. In-person and hybrid, we don't need to validate this stuff. So I was right about that, and we're good with that. So we're gonna do a new def venue info, and for now we're not gonna do anything. But what we should be doing long term is we should be validating that all of this info, we should be validating that the venue name is present. And then for these, we should validate that it's a real address using something like the Google Maps API. I am skipping this for now. And this is an easy to skip function for the time being, but these are things that we would want to consider on our event. So that's what we're going to do. And again, this stuff we only care about if it's a hybrid or in person. And the reason we care about hybrid and in person is because those are by definition in person, and there is venue info for those. So this is something we'll have to deal with later, but we're going to skip for now. So now let's deal with the two that we're really complaining, which is the start at, end at for registration. Because we said these can't be null. So we need to deal with that. So we'll do validate registration dates. And these rules are kind of dependent on dates themselves, which makes them interesting. Because registration start and registration end at, they both can't be blank. So we kind of have these sets of rules again. So this is where it's going to start to look the same. And we're trying if those are true because, you just can't set them to be false. But then the next set of rules we need to deal with is, and here we can go just fix all of these because they can all match, which is helpful. Oops, I missed one. So all of this is true for our registration dates, which is really nice because we're basically saying, if the registration's changed and the start at is before now, like, hey, we can't run this event. Like this is, and we'll have to fix our, we're going to have to fix all these actually now that I'm saying this. So let's go ahead and just make these registration start at, end at presents. So that's going to fix a lot of our immediate problems. So this is going to make it so like the start at is present, the end at is present. The start at comes before the end at and is sometime in the future, right? The other rule here, and now that I'm thinking about it, is this a rule I want to enforce? Like, do we need to have registration dates? I think the answer is yes. Most events do have it, but sometimes the end at's the weird one here. And this is the one I'm thinking about. There might be a condition here. I'm going to set these conditions now. We're going to test it out later, and then we're going to decide whether or not we want to make this a rule or not. But the thing we need to do today is there's going to be the case that we want we're going to accept what it's giving us, but this isn't right. So this is the case where the registration, actually the start at date must be greater than the registration start at, and the registration end at's the one that I'm questioning. I'm going to say this is end at is greater than registration end at. And what I'm trying to say here is, let's draw this out so we're all looking at the same thing for a second. So let's draw it down here. So, here's my timeline of events, right? And there's key dates for any event. And I'm just going to kind of arbitrarily draw them. But this is basically registration start, registration end, the regular start, and the regular end. Now, these are somewhat arbitrarily drawn, but one of the interesting things is this registration end date could be the exact same time as the start date. Like registration could run all the way until the end of the event. But also, this end at could also run until the end of the event. You could still register for the event all the way until its end time. There are some cases where the registration end date could happen even after the end date, and that's because you do registration for access to things like VODs and recordings and whatnot. So this is an interesting case for registration end date needing to be a thing. But the registration start date, it can default to right now, whatever now is. But it absolutely... So this registration start at absolutely has to confirm the start at time. So I think we just found a database migration we need to run. We need to change two things. We need to say registration start at. Well, actually, do we need to do that? We can give it a reasonable default when we do the form. This doesn't need to be a database validation. So we don't need to change that, but we do need to remove that registration end at has to exist. Registration can be indefinite. It's not recommended. It's more of a warning, but this is valid. This is totally, totally valid. So we do need to go write a new migration. So let's go do this. Make event registration end at nullable. So if we go make event registration nullable, what we're going to do is we're going to change column. This is not right. I can tell you that now. Rails change column to be nullable. How to change a nullable to not nullable on a Rails migration? So it's my column, change column, my model, events, the field, like I wrote, and then keep its type. So in this case, it's a date time, and we can say null is true in trying to change it from null false to null true. Yeah. So this is allowed. Now this is change column is not reversible. Tell me more, RuboCop. Tell me more. Tell me why. So reversible migration. Let's see. Change column. So thing state from to. So in our case, we're kind of doing this one. What is change column default? Not familiar with this one. Change column default sets a new default. So does that mean there's change column? Oh, so it was right when it said change column null. So you change the table name, the column name, sets or removes a not null on a column. The null flag indicates whether the value can be null. Sweet. All right. Well, today I learned. So we can just make this null. And it looks like it would take a default, but we don't actually... We're good. All right. This is a reversible migration now. That's actually kind of neat. I like it. Now the question is, do we want to change start at to default at to now? And I think the answer is no. So we're not going to do that. So let's go ahead and make this change. Let's see what happens. Undefined local variable or method null for sets or remove. Oh, this is just the value, true or false. Haha. Try again. So if we go look at our schema now, after that change, we should see that that not null fell off our table. We're happy. So this is a rule we can live with. But we're going to say registration start at has to be open, has to be set. So the only rule we're saying is that the registration start at must exist, and it must exist before the event. Actually, are we saying that? Is that true? Are we saying that registration start at should happen? I'm just debating this. If I say start at has to be before the event start at, registration start at is before the event start at, then registration has to be open before the event is open. However, Jeremy, if you're listening, help me think through this for a second. I need your expertise in gaming. When you go to a local, like Brawlhalla local, for instance, is registration open after the tournament starts? Is that possible? Or like, can registration just open as they open the doors for the event to start? Is that a thing? Am I making this up? Seems like a weird arbitrary rule I'm making up. I think it is a weird arbitrary. Do a quick recap. I've been reading SQL queries, so I'm not up to speed. No, you're good. So I am writing validations for start at, end at, registration start at, end at, right? If we go back to the diagram real quick, this in theory is the ideal sequence of events. You have a registration time, you have a registration end date, your event starts, your event ends, right? Now it's possible that the end date, the registration end could line up with the start. It's also true that the registration end could be sometime arbitrarily far into the future past the end date because of odds and whatnot. But is it possible for the registration start to perfectly align with the event start? My thought process says probably not. But my gut says somebody probably would do this and it would be silly, but they should be allowed to do it. So right, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking it was most likely not. I was thinking like a local, for instance, or like a meetup. Like people don't really register, but sometimes they'll grab like registrations open weeks in advance. Usually, like there's no reason to do like a last minute sign up. I don't think. It's also possible you might not ever want registration to open because it's an invite. Well, there we go. Maybe you don't want registration to open because it's an invite-only event. Which means registration start can also be null. Yeah, that's totally true. The last thing I said is true. So we're going to go roll back our migration for a second. Because we're going to make this true for both start at and end at. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was thinking. So we're on the same page. It is totally a different use case. But I think if I do it this way, and we look at it now, so if we go look at our schema, we can see. So effectively, it just changes our entire validation rule altogether. So registration start at doesn't have to come before start at. There's no reason it explicitly has to do that. There are events where registration ends after the event start. Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's why we're 100% on page. We're not arguing about registration end. Like registration end could be here, it could be here, it could be here, it could be here, it could be never. Like we're 100% in agree. It's the registration start that I'm questioning. Invite only events, you would never have registration because it's closed registration. So there's a possibility you would never need this. The challenge, I would say, would you end up adding a flag for invite only events? Yeah, there would have to be something for invite only, like invite only sign up codes. Like now we're talking about the registration flow and process, which is a whole nother set of mess. I'm just trying to get the like high level event configuration figured out. So I think registration start, this is the one I'm like, does it have to explicitly be before the start of the event? And I think the answer is yes, that is true. So I think the rules, just to state them out loud, is if registration start at and end at are set, then there's a validation that says registration start has to be before registration end. But registration end doesn't necessarily have to exist, and registration start has to be before event start. Yeah, I think these are the rules. I think this is what we're writing. Future Highway, also welcome to the chat. Thanks for jumping in. And to answer your question, what types of events are these? We haven't really decided. We've kind of defined a relatively generic event platform so far. This could be for conferences and speakers. This could be for gaming, in-person, online, and whatnot events. We haven't decided on the exact direction. We're still early enough that that doesn't matter too much, but we have decided to go on the like speaker, like conference speaker track for now. So I think these are our rules. I think we are set on that, which means we can get rid of some of this now. So it's basically if registration start as blank and end as blank, we have nothing to validate, go ahead and return. That feels good. But otherwise, it... Hello, Anna James. Welcome to the chat. But I think what this does mean is registration start at, if this is defined, so if we have a start at and an end at, I think one minor issue with your rules as you've currently written them is that even if registration end is null, registration start should still be. That I agree with. So I was about to solve that. So this one is if both fields exist and the registration start at is not is I'm going to say greater than or equal to the end at. This is errors add registration start at, and this will be okay. So this one will be start at must be before end at effectively. We'll go clean that up in a second. And the last rule here is errors add, and then again this is the same with registration start. Which can be start at must be before start. Again, we'll fix this, but this is registration start at. I don't care about that start at. Well, I guess I do care about that. If we have a registration start at and the start at, and the registration start at is greater than or equal to the start at, then we are. So I think this is the right logic to cover. I know I wrote this wrong, but I wrote this correct. What's up, Anna James? We're building an event platform using Ruby on Rails and trying to figure out validation errors today. So I think we've got our logic kind of fixed. I think the question becomes, can we make this better? We can make this better. Oh, why is this mad? Add an empty line. Oh, that's fine. How's my day going? My day is going great. How's yours? So I think what we can do to clean this up a little bit is just if registration start at is present, now we go into the checks. And then we actually don't even need that check now. Is start at worth checking that? I think so, because if it's nil, we don't want to accidentally trigger this because that would be a dumb error. And I mean, not a dumb error, but it's already being captured up here. So like all the if start at is blank, it can't. And that's what these checks are about. But we don't want to make this field invalid on that clause because there's going to be another error on the page that says, hey, this one's broken. So this is really just like a weird, this should only be triggered if the start at is there. It's not going to be, it shouldn't be possible, but that's why we're writing validations. So we're good on our validations. So, okay. So we got the registration start at piece. Yeah, I was thinking through the same thing as I was writing it, for what it's worth. Great. It was a great question. I definitely had the same thought as I was writing it. Okay. So now we're inside of here. We can say if the registration, and then we could do the same with the start at and the end at. Okay. God, now we just made this like immensely more readable, and it covers all the cases that we care about. So, oh, damn it, RoboCop, really? Unless, if this is blank, return because there's nothing to check. Add that rule if this is true. And then unless we have... I'm going to put this here because I like consistency in how I decide to code things. And that wasn't consistent before. So here's some consistency. This makes it a little cleaner. Those are our conditions. I think this captures what we're hoping to do fair and square. Now we need to go just internationalize this because those rules are janky as all sin. So registration start at, and our rules here are, what do we care? We care that before registration end at, before start at. These are our two rules. So must be before registration end at, and this one could be must be before event start time, end time. And now we got our lovely registration rules, and now we can go just do a little bit of cleanup here. Let's, nope, that didn't work the way I was hoping it would. It's fine. Okay. We're not cooking. Now we're cooking. So now these are both registration. And then this first one is what I call before registration end at, and the other one is just start at. So this one's before start at, and now we are localized. Hey, looky there. We got some localization. And now we can trust that we've got some good validation going on these. All right, what's next? Going back to our schema. So we've taken care of validation on all of these fields. Now we just got to talk about these two, because these two are a little funky. These other three we don't care about, but we do have to write validations for these two. So let's do currency and and capacity. So how long have you been in software field? I have been doing this for, I'm on board with the earlier term, but I'm not a fan of big suffix style conditionals that run off. I'm going to be honest, I'm not either, but RoboCop is fighting me on this. I probably have to go adjust a rule that allows it to only be like 120 characters, and then it'll let me go back to the other style. So I'm agreeing with you. We can fight. Let's fight our linter in a minute. And then going back to the question, how long have I been doing this? It's 2024, so 12 years? I mean, Jeremy, you're right. Like, it's totally wrong. Yeah, 12 years. A long time. Yeah, I've been doing this for over a decade. It's good times. It's good stuff. It's enjoyable stuff. Okay, so we're back to, I was saying capacity. Let's do capacity first. So capacity is actually a fun one because, and I don't actually know if this is all right. So let's go make sure this is a thing. Cool. So we need this to be a number is effectively what this is saying. We only want integers, and it has to be greater than 0 if it's set. And we're not we do allow nil. So basically, we just wrote a one-line validation for our capacity field. Yeah, isn't that? So if we kind of come back to our, I don't think it's a word, but I give it to the Rails people. They make words up all the time. So if we go like play this real quick, if I say event new. So let's get our event, right? Undefined venue info. It's because it's not a variable. It should have been a key. Let's try this again. So we got our event. If I say event.capacity is 0, and I do event validate, and then I do event errors full messages like I've been doing, we can see capacity must be greater than 0. So I can't set it to like -10 all of a sudden, right? But I could set it back to nil. Like, let's say I really don't want capacity. Let's set capacity to nil. If I run validate now, we'll see that error totally fell out of our error messages. So we're really happy because this is working exactly it's doing exactly what we wanted, and it's all baked into the framework. I didn't have to write any like custom code for this. This is just out of the box. They were like, yeah, you're going to have numbers. You're going to want to validate that they're integers, and you're going to want to validate that they're greater than 0. This is cool. This is why I like Rails. They thought about little things like that. Validation's such a huge part of their game. All right. So the last thing we need is, you good? Okay. You okay? My dog was coughing. I don't know if y'all heard her, but she's back there. Oh, are you coming to say hi? Are you coming to say hi? No, you're coming to play? All right. We got a toy, y'all. Isn't it cute? All right, you ready? You ready? Go get it. What a good dog. I love that dog. Okay, so our last field that we were talking about, currency. Currency is our last one. This is one that I'm not sure we're going to be able to do something fun with. So let's talk about currency for a minute. Rails probably has a currency helper, I'm guessing. And it totally has like this concept of currency baked in. What I want to do is I want to see if they have this idea of like a money helper. Like, I don't want number 2 currency. I want to know like Rails. Where am I from? I'm from the southern part of the United States, and I'm going to leave it at that. You can probably figure out exactly where I'm from if you do a little Google foo, but I ain't going to say that on stream. It's TMI. I don't want to get swatted. Not saying you're the person who's going to do it, but if I say that information, I don't want to get doxxed. Okay, so we want like a Rail. Oh God, what is this format called? Currency format. Let's see. Format number. Oh God. What is the name for currency formats? ISO 40. Is this what I'm looking for? Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for the ISO 4217 codes for Rails. So let's see if we can find that. So there's this whole currency code thing, and it looks like it is the money gem. I was trying to avoid a gem. I was hoping the framework just had it. But they have this really handy library. Let's see what it does. So we're looking at the money gem. It came up 3 times while I was doing it. And what they're basically saying is we could do localization of it. That's handy. Validating money is great. And what's really nice is there's... I think I've said this a few times on stream, but there are a bunch of gems in Ruby, and they're all really good. Like, not just kind of good, really good. Like, it's such... And this is the nice part about working in a mature ecosystem. Like, they've really thought about all the little things and made it much easier for people like you and me to just get involved. And I think that's just... I don't know. That's pretty massive if you ask me. Okay, so it looks like this currency library has some... You sound like someone who's been hanging out in a not mature ecosystem. Hey, man. When you have a new framework every 2 weeks that you have to learn, I agree. No, I just agree. I don't think JavaScript's very mature at all. It's a good ecosystem, but it's not very mature. it's growing, it's evolving. Give it another 5 years and maybe it'll start to look like the rest of the world. But the people in the JavaScript ecosystem are like, let's keep innovating, let's keep changing things, let's make it harder to do web development. It's not actually what they're thinking, but that's what they're doing. All right, so there's gotta be a way in here to validate whether or not something is a valid currency. So like they have this whole, here we go, API documentation. I should have just gone here the whole time. So provides a money currency class which encapsulates all information about monetary unit. Okay, tell me more about this. Money currency. So the exponent of a money value is the number of digits after the decimal separator, which separates the major unit from the minor. See the ISO for more information. You can find exponent as an integer by. That's neat. Find by the ISO numeric. Are you planning to just let people freeform a currency value into an... Oh, absolutely not. It's going to be a dropdown. It's totally going to be a dropdown. Because the thing that I haven't talked about in here is like there's going to be some level of money needs to be validated in a certain way, and the way money is exchanged needs to be done in a certain way. So like if this platform is going to have money going through it, which in a real production, if I was trying to monetize this thing, absolutely would be doing this, I would need to make sure that I'm handling all the different types of allowable currencies, and like I'll have to just onboard those one at a time as the business validates. So this would be like, hey, I launch, where are users trying to access the thing? Oh, it's mostly Americans. Cool, I'll do the USD. That's probably what I would have defaulted to anyway. But like if this thing starts to pick up steam in, let's say, Russia, and I need to get the ruble, I think they're on the ruble. What is Russia's current currency? It is the ruble. Cool. I know a thing or two. So like, let's say I needed to get the ruble and I need to do that. Like I'll have to go handle some money exchange system that handles the ruble correctly. So I want to make sure like this only allows for certain currencies, but I'm also going to only allow the currencies that the system currently supports. In this case, USD. But I want to allow for things like CAD and all that. The euro is probably the second most common. So like maybe USD, CAD, and the euro are the first three out of the box, right? So these are things I just want to be able to handle. I don't want to calculate my own exchange rates. I'm going to let like a platform like Stripe handle that. So, so what's actually being validated? That they're not putting in crap data. Like I don't want somebody to put US for USD on accident. I know it's going to be the thing, but like this is also okay. Fair question. Rails out of the box is exposing a JSON API, which means anything I'm doing via the UI is also possible through a JSON API, which means I do need to protect against somebody like finding that backdoor and handling it. So I want my validations to be as universally defined as humanly possible. So that's a great question. Am I a game dev as well? No, I'm not a game dev. I love games. I love playing games. I don't like making games. I don't have it's not my creative mind. It's not where I go with that. It's not my, how do I put this? Not my specialization. I became a web developer and I kind of said, you know what? I want games to be my escape, not the thing that I have to do. I hope that makes sense. So this is interesting. I'm curious, like, how can I find... Aha, here it is. Find the ID. This is what I've been looking for the whole time. Are you storing the actual currency symbol or identifier directly in the same field as the number? Oh, good question. So I've had to deal with this before, so I kind of made an assumption here. So right now I'm storing what the currency type is here on our event model, right? So event has the currency. So like whatever that is. When somebody goes through like our checkout registration process, which is a whole nother set of models, so like the registration objects, registration items, like a registration option, this needs to have this has a value or an amount on it, right? So this is also money. But what's going to be stored here, this will be something like 1,000, right? And if our system is USD, like defined here, so like let's say we're in a case of USD and 1,000. So the event would have USD stored on it. This is a $10 option because this is 1,000 pennies, or whatever the base denomination is. So the registration option has the definition that this is a 1,000 or sorry $10 item, but we just moved the decimal point over and we're using the currency in combination with the flat number. Similarly, like let's say this was what's India's currency, because it's like the yen. I forget which ones, but some currencies have like 3 decimals, some have 2, some have 10, some have 3. You get where I'm going. So you just want to use like the smallest denomination and store that as a raw value, because one, actually the most important thing, I do not trust floating point math in any computational system, period, end of discussion. Like, yeah, never as a float. Like, I'm just going to show it. The thing that everybody makes fun of JavaScript for is true about every single money value that has ever existed in any system ever. And the reason is it's all, I mean, it, I just happen to know this as a fact, but like it's IEEE. Everything's IEEE. And like really what's happening under the hood is you're taking a base 2 number and trying to make everything in base 10 work that way. It doesn't work. Um Correct. I'm validating the currency name, but rather than, what am I listening to? I don't know what I'm listening to, and I'm hoping I'm not going to get like stupidly screwed over for listening to whatever I was just listening to. Um, I want to loop. There we go. Okay, I guess that's on. That's a bad UI. I wish YouTube would fix that. What I'm trying to do here is I don't want to like, okay, my I could say currency type, and I could write a function now that just says currency type and just say, you know, if, you know, this is USD or CAD or the euro, like return if those, otherwise, add, hey, I don't support this currency type, right? Like this could be my validation. And I have no objections to writing it this way. Why is this mad? Appeared at literal. Oh, accepted currencies. Fine. Oh, no, I just wrote this wrong. It's include the current, like this is what I could write. And like I just keep expanding this list every time I add a new currency, but like I don't want to manage this list, right? And you have problems where like certain currencies fall in and out of practice. It's like time zones. Like time zones are always changing. I don't want to manage that. I want a system to manage that for me. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm hoping this money thing can just like, hey, if I look up this currency, it'll give me the right thing. And it looks like it's going to give me exactly what I want. So we're gonna try this gem out is effectively the answer I'm coming down to. So we're just gonna we're going to install the money gem. And what we can do is if we go to our gem file, and we could just do, because we need it in every environment, I guess. So let's just do gem. It's called money. So let's go ahead and bundle install this. And then let's go ahead and see, you know, does this function work the way I hope it does? So like this is saying like, hey, you pass in euro, but that's not what I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna end up passing like the euro like that. I'm down for this for the purposes of the extras, but I'd probably go with the simpler solution because it's likely to change frequently. Well, that's the thing as well. Like I 100% concur, but like let's say on day one I wanted to open the whole platform to every currency humanly imaginable, but just under the hood it would just translate to USD. This library would let me do that. Not that I want to do that, but this would let me do it and let me support more currencies right away. That being said, that's not what I'm trying to do, and I agree. I probably should only return and support the currencies that I allow, but I also don't want somebody to pass in a crap value again because I have a JSON API, and I gotta be careful of that. So effectively, what I need here is I just want to say if I can find this and I support this, so like supported currencies includes my currency. Like if both of these are true, right? Then I could probably pass. Now I could also just do the shorthand version, like you said. Maybe I am overcomplicating this. It's a good exercise. It's a question. I don't know. Maybe I should just, you know, support the 3 that I said and move on with my life. We could do that. I don't actually have a strong objection to it. I need to figure out where I want to store the constant. That's one problem because this isn't where the constant should live. It shouldn't live in the currency type. It should be in like an initializer. Like in here, I have like all this set up. I really, you know, it's been a while since I've looked at Rails. Where should I store constants? Global constants. If your model is really responsible for the constants, you should stick them there. You can create a class method. Nah, this isn't right. Alternatively, you can create a class, variable, and accessory. This, however, discouraged, as class variable might act kind of surprising with inheritance and multi-thread. Closer. Or you just, in your config, initializers my constants. So they're saying do it this way. And accessible as a top level constant this time. So I could put constants in a file and just make that my rule of thumb. So maybe I'll just do that. Why don't we do that? We'll just do constants. I know they said my constants, but I want to call it constants. And so in our case, here, we can go ahead and say, you know what? We're not actually going to install the money gem. We don't need it because we just decided we're going to simplify our problem. Not a problem. And then what we're going to do is from our event, we'll just create our let's close a bunch of stuff. All right. So if we do supported currencies is equal to this list here, and we can freeze that. That's not a problem. Missing frozen string. What are this? Missing frozen string literal. What does this mean? This is some silly rule. I'm gonna be annoyed. Oh, this is just a RuboCop thing. That's easy. That's fine. Okay, so now we have supported currencies, and now what we can do is at runtime here instead, we can just say if it's not in our supported currency, or if it is in our supported currency, we're good. Otherwise, like add our exception, you know? And then this is actually kind of cool. I think I can do, so if I do it here, I can say currency type, currency is not currently supported only, and then I think I can do it like this. Supported currencies. allowed currencies. Here, let's try it out real quick. I think that'll work. That would be cool if it does. So event is event.new. Event.currency is, let's do the Great British Pound because I said I wasn't supporting that. If I do currency validate and then event errors full messages. Currency is not currently supported. Allowed currencies is, didn't let me do it. I was hoping it was going to let me do the string like that. Let's see if I could do this different. Rails, I18N, use global variable. Your guy will probably always pass the correct capitalization because it's a drop down. You may want to text transform the input if case matters. That's a controller concern, not a model concern at that point. But yes, that is totally valid. So I'm not going to argue with you on that. But that is not where we are in the story. So for now, you lose. Not because you're wrong, but just because we're not there yet. Okay, let's see. We need to do passing variables to the translations. I know. That was a little jerky of me. But you know I'm right. Okay, so what we can do is in here we could just do percent currencies. And then in the event, currencies could be supported currencies, I think. So let's do a quick reload. Did not like that. What did it not like? Unmatched something. So that's matching there, and that one's matching out. What's 192 minus 130? 153. I don't know why you needed that, but there you go. All right. Hey, look at that. Now we have the allowed currencies. We're saying, hey, these are the currently allowed currencies. And we're happy go lucky for now. So now our currency is validated. Now, it was a bit aggressive, if we're being honest. And I still haven't written this whole venue info validator. But if we come through all this, we've just written all of our validations. And they're all here. They're all defined. They can run in parallel. They handle each of the cases. And I don't have to worry about them as much. I've also I've made some code obsolete, which we like as well. So now we have full validation on our UI, which is super duper handy. So what's next for us? Well, now we need to go make the form, right? We've put rules in place to prevent all this happening, but now we need to go actually build the form in which all this is actually properly supported. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to our event new. And if we look inside of here, we're going to notice that on this page, the one that we set out our night to start working on, this is our page. This is what we see. We're good with back to events. We're good with new event. Everything here so far, not a problem. But I'm looking at a 153 line long SQL query complete with crazy subslide. What? Sorry. Let me. What? Oh, come on. There we go. What? What? Huh? What, Jeremy? What? Okay. That's awful. 150. Ugh. Heebie-jeebies. That is a what. All right. So let's break this down for like 2 minutes just to like explain what we're looking at. So we're going into a new page and it says, hey, let's render this partial called form. And this form is taking in an event. You might be like, wait, Dustin, we don't have an event, do we? We haven't started with an event at least. And you'd be right. But if you come look at our controller for a second, when we initialize a new event, we're actually doing what we've been doing on the Rails console the whole time and creating a empty event object for which we can store all of our values and eventually run validations against. So this is what's been happening the whole time. So now what we can do is if we go into the form, so if we go look at our file structure here, you'll see, hey, there's this form. Now, the reason the form's been moved into a partial is because, let's say I want to go edit this other event. This is the same form. And this is what's cool about Rails. I'm going to go fix this form, and I'm going to get both forms for the price of one. So we can go just like do this edit form for a second, and we're gonna go ahead and just do that because it'll look mighty fine. So we can see these are all of our fields so far. Now, let's kind of work on this one by one. And what we're going to see a few things we don't love about this. First off, if there are any errors, they're going to show up here and our errors any. If we're going to try and make good forms, we might want to try to find the errors that associate to each field. And I'll show you how you can do that because that's totally possible. This is supposed to be for like more global errors that don't really fit in something associated to a field. So we're going to want to work on that as well. Now, the other thing we're going to want to do real quick is let's just run update. And we're going to find that the thing I tried to do with the global constant isn't working. Global constants Rails. So where do I put it? I put it in an oh, I'll tell you why it's not working. I have to restart my server because it's in an initializer. Initializers are only when the Rails server starts. So if I go do this again and I just hit update, it says it was successfully updated, and that's because the existing record was already valid. So we're really happy about that. But if we go back now to our events and we go try to make a new event and I try to create it, hey, check this out. 7 errors prohibited us from doing it. And it's telling us like, hey, all of these weren't there. Like these are the validations that I just failed. And we can go and fix this pretty handedly. So this is nice because now we can see like, oh, hey, name's not there. Description. This is great. This is what we wanted from a UI perspective. So let's kind of do this one line at a time, see if we can do better. There's also some like, we could probably do better here as well. We're actually going to go look at like form, label, and input accessibility rules for a second, because we're going to respect what we did yesterday. What are the rules for this, right? Should a label and an input just be next to each other, the same line? Like, how should this work? And looking at it, it looks like labels and inputs can be next to each other as long as the IDs align. Or I think it's name and maybe ID. I always forget if it's one, both, or neither. But so what Rails did out of the box is totally fine. The thing that we don't super duper love is all of this like style stuff. We're gonna defer that to something else entirely. So if we do that, we see, hey, everything just kind of inlined, and that's because our labels and our forms we haven't created kind of form styles. So we're gonna go through the exercise we did yesterday, and we're gonna make a new asset, and we're gonna do our form CSS, and we're gonna just decide kind of now how we want to do form CSS. I think what I want is you know what? Let's go have some fun with V0. Let's see what V0 does. Generate an event creation form that supports the following fields. And we're going to just go to our schema and we're just going to grab them all. Put all that in, and then we're gonna say, I don't recommend putting your actual source code into V0 like I just did ever, but I'm also doing open source stuff, so this is fine. Don't worry about it. Also the venue, what is it? The venue name, address, country, city, state or province, postal code will only display if venue type is not online. All right, V0, give me some generation here because I don't really want to make a form look nice. This is the power of AI. I don't have to design my own UIs anymore. And this is handling some of like the more complex things that I'm worried about. So if this was me, I was just going to do it like straight down the page. And I like this because this actually isn't a terrible generation, if you're asking me. Some of these could be better though. Some of these could be worse. It's like, I like this one because it's maximizing the space. This one's a little too compressed. Again, this is just kind of my opinion. And this is giving me some styles that I can work with. Like, I kind of like this one the most, kind of looking at it. And we can see like, that's a decent date time selector, not unhappy. I'm curious, country, like that looks decent. Capacity's fine. The USD, that looks pretty good. Like, these are all decent looking things. So I think this is going to be our UI. And this is nice because I hardly wrote anything here. Yeah, V0 is nice because like I didn't do anything and it just kind of gave me what I wanted. Now, where it fails, like just to show you, this kind of fails on the mobile responsiveness pretty hard. Like you wouldn't, at this point, this should just go straight. Like every single item should be on its own line. So that's maybe a failure by this. It's also got like, it's got theming things. I wish this was like color was a part of the theme because it just gives you black and white otherwise. I'm like, I want more color. Now, I'm gonna leave this alone for now because this is totally meeting some of my requirements, but also like the real problem is by default it's going to give me just a crap ton of what is this? This is all React components with Shad and Tailwind, and I don't want to use Shad or Tailwind for what I'm doing. Like everything I'm doing is just going to be actual CSS stuff. So that's the one thing that's kind of not going for V0. But what's super nice is I can get all of this stuff, and now I can start like actually making my form look decent using other styling based off of what I know about how things like V0 work, right? So like, first off, I'm not going to do the box around the card, right? So I can already get rid of this top div. Top div, gone, right? And now I can start focusing in on like, how do I want to make each of these different things a little better, right? And we'll do this kind of one element at a time. I'm going to ignore these three for now, and I'm going to I'm actually going to look at this because I kind of like what I'm seeing here. So let's go ahead and borrow some structure and get this going. So first things first is we're going to want a grid with gap 6. Now I'm curious though, why did they do another grid inside of a grid? Like if this is all a grid, yeah, have fun, man. Enjoy your dinner. So if we're looking at this now, we've got a grid and a grid. Why did they do a grid and a grid? This doesn't feel like it needs to be in a grid and a grid. It feels like it's just one grid. Let's look. Let's inspect. Let's use our developer skills to figure out why this is doing a thing the way it is. So here's a grid. So grid and a grid. Wait, what? So this is funny. The code generation, this isn't even the code that I just pulled. Unless I'm looking at this wrong. This does not align with this. This is the wrong generation. It's not even giving me the right thing. Let's give this some instruction to make it better. Maybe it'll give me the generation if I do it better. Make address the full length of the line and move country and city to the next line. So we'll just try to enhance this generation a bit more because I liked it. Cool. Now we're actually looking at our V1, which this looks a lot better. So let's see if this code actually generated what we're looking at now. Now we're actually looking at the code that I was hoping to be looking at, not other things. Although this is interesting. It put the form all the way up here around our title and everything. I don't know if that's... I'm curious what the semantics are going to say when we're done. But let's go with this because I'm a fan. And let's go ahead and start making our form look nice. So I'm not super against what this is doing as our default form here. So let's do this. Translate this tailwind to CSS. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. Because one of the things that got wrong here is a few things, but like the margin left right auto thing, that's totally right. Which, you know, it's probably fine for us to just do it like this, the way our stuff is going, and then space top Y, so we could do 8 0, or we could just do this is here. Let's go look at Tailwind for a minute. Let's actually figure out what their rules are. So Tailwind, not space Y. So the space Y utility should translate into margin top by some amount. So that's what we're doing. So we're looking for space Y8. Space Y8 is margin 2 rem. So this is 2 rem. And I guess 0. That's all we're doing here. That's a pretty good rule. If we go to max width for a minute and we look for whatever their 4XL is, it's 56 rem. Now that seems somewhat arbitrary. So I'm just going to ignore that one. I don't think we need a max width on our form. So, oh, and we probably don't need it to say form twice. So let's start there and just kind of see what happened first. Okay, so we got some spacing. That looks pretty good. So that's going to take care of our first, like, this is our form 4. I'm pretty happy with that. That's wrapping our page. Everything here so far, so good. All right, this isn't wrapping our page, but it's wrapping our component. So now we need to go and look at the next thing it does. So if we look down, the next thing it's going to do is it's going to give us some info for the top of the page. We're going to ignore that. We're also going to ignore this because this is giving the card, but we're not building a card. Now what it's doing is it's giving us a grid with a gap. And again, I don't understand why it's a grid and a grid. It is doing that, and I'd like to understand why. So that's a grid, and that's a 2-column grid. Is it just arbitrarily like each row defining what the grid space? Oh, it's just splitting it each time? But why would it use a grid for the outer layer? This is the question I'm kind of curious about. Like, grid doesn't necessarily make sense here, I guess, except to do the even spacing. I mean, that's what it wants, I'm not grotesque by it. So we can do that. So this isn't exactly a form rule itself, but we're going to make it a form rule, which is every grid or every form we're going to make is going to have a direct descendant that's a div. And that direct descendant div is going to have the gap of 1.5 rem. And it's going to have the padding set to 1.5 rem. So if we come back to our form here, what we're saying is everything in here needs a div wrapper. And now we're starting to introduce some div soup. At least that's what I'm going to call it, is div soup. But this isn't semantic div soup at this point. This is styling div soup. So this is an appropriate time for a div, I think. Unlike yesterday, we were like, oh, don't use a div there. Yeah, this is totally a okay time because we're not removing semantic meaning from what we're doing. So let's keep going. So we've said, all right, here's our grid. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make a two-column section, effectively. So we're going to make a utility in here. And this utility is just going to be a... If there's something under it and it's call it a form group. But we're going to call it a form group 2-column. That's going to be our class name. And what we want here is we want to steal exactly what's here. So we want, in this case, the gap's going to also remain to be 1.5. We want this to display as a grid. And I'm just realizing we didn't actually grab all the styles for this one. So this one is display just grid. So this one's going to be a grid. This is going to be a grid. Now, the difference here is we've got the grid, we've got the gap. Now we need the grid template. And again, I'm kind of cheating a little bit because it makes things easier to just write rather than having to figure this all out for myself. That's the whole reason we used V0. But like, look at that. Doesn't that look, I mean, we're not done and we're just getting started, but like this looks infinitely better after just like 2 seconds of love. So like, this is going to be our form group 2-column as an example. And this isn't going to be, it's not going to work fabulously because it's not set up correctly. But let's say we put, this is going to be in a div probably, because again, we're going to need to put this in a logical grouping to keep these together. If we go back to our render, the other thing we had was time zone. So we're having our event, and then what time zone is our thing in? So this could just be, for now, we're just going to let it be a text field. We're going to fix this. This is actually going to be a drop-down menu. But for now, we're going to just put that to see if, hey, did the thing we do work correctly? And the answer is no, it didn't. And the question is why? So if we come back in here, make sure we type everything correctly. So we're inside of our div, inside of our form. And that should have worked correctly. Where did I mess up? This is our question now. So if we come, start looking at our CSS, start looking at where I said I messed up. So here's our here we go. I can't type because it's columns, not column. So now if we look at our 2-column group, it's much happier because we can see, hey, here's the, I really can't type today. Now we're actually starting to see what we were hoping to see here. Here's our 2 columns. They're gapped. They're appropriately spaced. Everything's starting to look correct. Rocking and rolling. Now we just got to learn how to type CSS again. All right. Next things next. So each of these is, so this is what I would actually call a form group right here. This feels like a form group because the form group here is actually just capturing the label and the input. So let's just go and make something in here called a form group. And this form group is going to be what they're saying is space y2. Okay, what is space y2? Right? Well, let's go back. Let's look at the page. Space y2 was just margin top 0.5. That's a pretty easy rule for us to apply. So these are our form groups. Now this column thing, this is like let's call it a split row. Or call to. Not a great name. I don't like it. But this is a form specific call to at this point. So this is a call to. And then this one becomes, well, both of these actually become form groups. And then when I do that, I should just see stuff kind of coming up. Now, let's see. What's next? What's next? Next, we're going to need to go and actually make our labels and our inputs look nice. Now, if we inspect real quick on our site, we're going to see that I'm not going to need to do the IDs and the form fors because all that's actually being handled for me by Rails. And Rails has some specific naming convention that it applies to this, but this will take care of all of the naming and things I care about to make this form work and keep it working well for the user. So like, here's the form for, here's where it's going. If I click on this, it should give me the field and like I can write a name. So this is wonderful so far. So what we can do now is we can just kind of grab these classes, and these are going to be what our label and input are going to be. So inside of our form here, we're going to say labels are going to have this styling, and we're going to have inputs are going to have this styling. And then there's some rules around like placeholders and stuff, and we can do that in a second. But let's go ahead and, you know, translate to CSS. Oops, I actually wanted it to do that. Translate to CSS. So let's see how well Copilot's actually translating things, because I'm not entirely sure it's doing well. So first off, I think it failed on the flex. And then the next thing it wanted was height 10. So if we go and we look for the height, so H10, that should have been 2.5 rem, right? So that's what it was trying to do. And then for the width, it wants it to be 100% of its container. The next thing it's trying to do is border radius. And if we go to border radius here, again, we're not trying to, like, we know how to write these things, but we want to get the values that it was trying to do. So it was trying to do like 6 pixels. I'm going to go for 4 pixels because I don't know. I just don't like this 375. Don't ask me why. I think it's just too round. All right. So now the next thing is it's got a border. We want to put a border on it. And this is probably going to just be 1 pixel solid. And then it's probably just going to default to black. It's probably what it's doing because you could see border input. Like, what is border input? Border input's probably not defined here, right? Border input is probably some custom color, right? So if we look for that, this might just be something that comes from Shad, right? Border input. So Shad CN border input. Theming border. So by default, it's giving a border color. Here we go. Color for the input, such as input, is whatever this value is. So they're just giving, so border input is just the color. And, you know, it's kind of hard to say exactly what that is. So let's go ahead and just kind of look at our thing, look at our border input. and it's an HLSV on this value input here. Now, I'd love this to translate to something I can actually read, because maybe I can just translate this to a better color, but maybe it's like, hey, no, this is the one you're going to use. And it looks like the color it's giving me on this element is going to be this RGB color, which I really want it to not be an RGB. I want it to be in a different... I did this a few streams ago, and now I can't remember how I did it. There's supposed to be a way to just like translate the color quickly to a different value. But let's just do RGB. Well, actually, we can do it this way. Or we could actually just borrow it exactly verbatim and just put it in the line, and we'll turn it into a variable later. How about that? We'll do that. And now the BG background. So we come back and we look at the BG background. It's this 255 color, which is just white. So like, this is background is white. Again, we should probably tokenize a lot of this stuff. And now what we could do is get some of this PX stuff taken care of. So this is padding. And so if we go back to Tailwind and we do PX or padding, let's just look at padding. So PX3 is supposed to be 0.75 and PY2 is supposed to be 0.5. So this should just be 0.5 rim by our 75 border. So now we've gone all the way through here. So let's just keep going. Now we need text size, font size. Text small is supposed to be this. It's supposed to be these two rules here. So this is helpful. So font size is going to be 075, 0875, and our line height is going to be 125. That seems reasonable, but we're actually going to bump this up. We're going to let it be the base. So 1 and 1.5. And the reason we're going to go for that is 14 pixels is too small. It's just, it's too small for something somebody's actively interfacing with. And like, we have the UI space and the real estate to do better. So we're going to kind of ignore what V0 gave us for that particular value, and we're going to keep going. So let's now go and see what the ring offset color. So let's see, what is ring offset? Ring offset background, ring offset background, ring offset background is going to be this color here. So this is setting some value, this TW ring offset color. And what is that supposed to be? It's supposed to be the color that's being used outside for our outline. So if we go look for outline, LMNO. Okay, so it's not that. So this is like the focus ring, which should be. So in this case, this is trying to take a lot of things, but focus visible is outline none. Focus ring is ring 2. So we've got some styles going on here. So if we go change our hover state to focus, right? This is the focus state or the active. Focus within, target, hover, visited, focus visible. Focus visible, there we go. Found it. So if we got a visible focus going on, we got a bunch of rules that need to get applied. And the rule is we want the outline to be 2 pixels solid transparent, which is interesting because now it's actually saying to set the ring offset color here a very specific way. And fortunately, I don't know how it's doing it. So this is where Tailwind's doing some magic, and I'm glad that V0 is undoing the bad that Tailwind is doing. but I wish it was easier to understand where and how it was doing that. Like, I just want like a, is there a tailwind to CSS translator? Like, there has to be. You know, you would have thought that would have been good, but it didn't do that. So like, let's say if I take this one, right? Because one of the things we want to do is we just want to make it so like going from Tailwind to CSS is easy, right? And if we look at this, this is, let's see, display flex, cool. The height's here, the width's there. The rounded, so the border radius is here. The border input, the background. So border width is here, but we don't have any of the other stuff. So this, not a great tool. I don't want to convert CSS to Tailwind. I want to go the other way. Curious if people have found this. Live demo was the one I just looked at. It's interesting. It's not complete. It's just not. It's mostly complete. So like if we go grab this again, right? This was the full, like, this is not handling all the things that we wanted it to do. Now it might be because of this file crap, maybe. It's just very interesting. It's just not. So Tailwind's got some stuff going on for it that I just don't know how I feel about this. That's kind of annoying to me because I do want all this stuff and I do want to translate it, but I don't want to spend all the time like trying to translate this line by line because it's a lot to translate line by line, as we are kind of proving to ourselves right now. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this here as a comment for now, and we're gonna do this thing where we make it a correct comment, and we're gonna come back and we're gonna deal with a lot of these styles later. And we're going to kind of come in here and we're going to deal with this one now. So this is going to be display block. This is going to be height 2.5 rem. Width is 100%. We're going to change our border radius. We're going to change our color again. So far, so good on the translation. We're going to get the padding. We're going to say font, line height, because we've decided we don't want to follow these rules. And then there's a lot more here. It's also making me think that I accidentally put the label styles in the wrong place. It's making me feel like I totally did my label styles incorrectly. So we're going to redo the label for a second because that one's just wrong. But again, we're going to deal with this the way I want to deal with this and not the way that Tailwind is telling me to do it. Font weight is 500. That's what font medium is. Leading none. So let's see what leading gets me. So this is trying to get rid of our line height. So this one's just saying, hey, actually just make this one line height rather than one rem. So that takes care of all of these. Cursor not allowed, peer disabled. What is peer disabled in Tailwind? That's a question I have. Let's demystify this for a minute. Peer disabled. So if this field is disabled, do a thing. So it's basically saying if the sibling element has its disabled property set, do a thing. So I'm now curious how that translates to plain old JavaScript. Or not JavaScript, CSS. So if we look, we don't see it. The reason we don't see it is the next one isn't disabled. So if we, let's just say disabled, like that. I would like to emulate the property disabled is true, but it's not going to just take it like I wanted. So I'd like to understand how pure disabled in Tailwind translate to CSS. So this is a pure disabled variant applies to the element the class is on, whereas it seems you're after the right. I want to understand what it's doing. Convert pure disabled Tailwind to CSS. Is this the just-in-time? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Tailwind, you know what? Let's see. Does Tailwind still have... They used to have a playground. Playground? No. There used to be a Tailwind playground. There it is. And I guess their playground didn't actually translate. So that's kind of annoying. That's what I was hoping it was going to do. Because what I would love it to do is see like, hey, what is the CSS this is pooping out on the other side? I want to know what it's pooping. So it doesn't actually say how it's doing it. And it's interesting because I don't mind what it's doing. But effectively what we want here, we could deal with this later, but this is basically saying when the peer is in a certain state. So when the related input doesn't look good or is in this disabled state, it's trying to give some indications. And I like the indicators it's trying to recommend. Oh man, that's wild. Those are huge. It's not at all what I wanted. That's too much. It's too much. So we did something wrong with our input. We totally did something. We did something wrong somewhere here. So like this is our label, this is our input. Like this is just not right. So the question is, why isn't it right? So that's 2.5. What the hell? I have so many questions. Height is 40 pixels, which is roughly 16 times 2.5. Yep. Okay, so that height's correct. Why does that look so much bigger and so much worse than mine? Also, we're looking and see it's like enter the event name. We can also put a placeholder here if we want. This is super easy. I don't know. My conference. Like now we have the my conference. We kind of see things and it's like, huh. Now this might just be the fact that I decided to make things not text small. This could very much just be that decision coming to bite me. So like, let's say we change these to 0.875 rem and then for this one, it was 125 rem. Like, let's see what happens when I do that. It doesn't change a whole lot. So it's definitely not that. So, I mean, this is looking here's the nice part. We're starting to move in the direction where like our components are starting to look right. Now, what we need to figure out is why the heck are they so big? So like this thing is computed to be 40 pixels tall and it's got 8 pixels of padding. Come look at this guy. This one is 22 pixels tall with the 8 pixels of padding. Now, why is this 22? And this is 8. This is my question. Because this very much to me says that this shouldn't be 22. This should be height should have been 40 pixels. So why are you not listening to the height that you're being given? I'm not opposed to this. And in fact, I'm going to just get rid of that line for a second. And like, that looks so much better all of a sudden. I'm going to get rid of the height because I don't think it needs that. Now, what's also interesting is this the width thing, right? This is taking up the width of my form group, right? But this input's going wider than my form group. So the question becomes, should my form group, which was this div right here, which is inside this grid with the gap, mind you. So a grid with a gap, like, should this thing be able to take up more space than it's allowed, right? And the answer is it shouldn't be taking up more space, but it is. And the answer is it because of this width? And if I just get rid of the width, no, like the width is correct. Now, let's say we made this flex instead. Was this supposed to be a flex? That's the question. So the input is supposed to be a display flex. So let's grab this all over again. Make sure we did some good translation because we're not trusting ourselves right now. So if our display is flex, we're good there. And if we go look at our label one more time, the label is just a label. And this is inside of this div, which is our form group. So if we come here, we look form group, but I didn't put any rules that said this had to be in a form group. So we're happy about that. So this had a height restriction on it. I got rid of it. The width is full. So here, let's put the height back for a second. Just makes it ginormous. Now the question is, what's not behaving the way that maybe I would have wanted it to behave? Something about this padding is our problem. So this is good. We're learning that this padding combined with this width is our problem. And if we get rid of the height, it also looks better. If we get rid of, so we can get rid of our height. We're not married to height. Height's fine. But something's up with this padding bit. And here it was px3 py2. So px3 py2. Which this is correct, and then our width here was full. Now, if I remember, width, W full, is 100%. So why is this not behaving the way we want? Now, my guess here is maybe the element on top, what we're calling space Y2 here, our form grid. Let's go see what this does one more time. Space Y2 is supposed to just be margin top. Now, something I am seeing here is it doesn't necessarily say it should have been a block. So I put a block there thinking that would fix something, and it didn't. Now, if I put position is relative, that's not what I was hoping for, but you know, there's something going on here, and I can't really tell you what's happening because it's not behaving the way I would have expected it to. Because so you have this div that's behaving correctly, you have this label which Nothing explicitly wrong there, but then you have this input. And I guess the question is should this have been... I mean, I'm looking at this. There should be more space between the two. It's almost like I didn't build a component correctly, specifically this one. So if I look at this element, like, it says there's styles on it, but I'm not seeing them, right? So this is a grid. So this is a grid with the columns. So let's look at this again, okay? So this is a display grid. It's got the grid column 2, and it's got the gap, right? This is the call 2, and that's taking care of this entire element here. So we're good here. And then around the call 2, and this is maybe where I messed up. Well, that's on the same level. That's a level up. Now let's see what the rules are on this one. So it's got a border, it's got radius. So this is literally just the card. So it almost feels like this is the element in question, but that doesn't seem right either. And nothing about that seems suspicious either. There's got to be a form. Yeah, so here's our form. No problems there. Now, our form is fine. Now, this maybe has something to do with resets. Like, I'm not using the same Tailwind resets. So I might be introducing something that shouldn't be in my UI. But I also, you know, I don't like the Tailwind resets. Which makes it really hard to want to just switch over to Tailwind for a minute. Like, this is starting to be like, I just want to build this UI. I don't want to think about it. I just want to use like Tailwind to get it done because, you know, it's just proving to not be fast to do it the way I'm doing it. But at the same time, like, why is this forcing me into a behavior? So like, here, let's just compare. All right, so here's our form group, and then this is our form group. So if we go look at our computed here, there's a lot of things happening, but ultimately, display is block. Font size is the same. So my font size is the same. My line height is a little different between these two, but maybe I can ignore that for a minute. Margin top? So this one doesn't have margin. Which feels odd, because it probably should. So I think this is what's interesting. So it's the space Y2. I think I'm implementing it incorrectly. And that's because I am. So what it should have been is anything inside of it has this margin applied. Oh, that's a good catch 22. So my form group, it's really trying to do this rule. And the second I do that, those start to look better. I'm happy about that. I'm going to make this thicker. Yeah, that looks better. So I made that a little thicker. I wanted the weight to be a little heavier. So that's going to take care of a couple of little things here and there. So there were a few different space wise and just space whatever. And I'm realizing I've screwed them all up. So anytime I see space whatever, it's like in the form, it's space Y8, right? So if I go to the form, this is supposed to be a little different than what I wrote. So this is supposed to be Here, let's do this correct. So this is supposed to be margin top is 2 rib. And then this can just be margin 0 auto. So that's the first thing where I kind of messed up a little bit. And we're seeing not a whole lot of change with that one. So let's just keep going for a minute. Okay, so that's the first space Y. We ignored that one. That's the next space Y. So we've taken care of the spaces that I screwed the pooch on. So everyone through here is good. We're happy now. Huh. All right, well, let's just keep going down and seeing where else I messed up. Probably the grid columns, maybe? Let's see if I did grid and grid columns incorrectly. So that looks correct. Grid columns looks right. So I don't think I messed that part up. Because, like, I think I see, like, I'm seeing the space, I'm seeing the thing, I'm seeing all that look correct now. So this is the space. That should have taken care of... So that's that div. So if I go look at my equivalent form group, these look not identical, but roughly identical. So let's look at our labels now. Label should just be this inline element with some style. Like, that all looks good. Now it's our input that looks really freaking strange. Now, this is interesting. So this is getting the space Y2 applied. And this is where the top and bottom are getting set, which doesn't look too different. That's pretty much the same. I can live with that. So what is missing? So the padding top bottom, those are right. Background, the border inputs, the border, the full width, the height, and the display. Now, what am I missing here? So these are some globals. I don't think a margin 0 is going to make all the difference in the world here, but, you know, let's just... Yeah, that shouldn't do anything, right? So if, like, I go here and I just put margin 0, that doesn't change anything. Okay, I agree with that. Padding was 0, but that got overridden right away. So we agree with that too. So why the frick is this longer than it should be? Let's figure out why. Let's just keep removing things until something doesn't make sense. Padding's on the inside. Background doesn't matter. The border. So it feels like it's something to do with this element not being correct. So if I look at, let's look at this column, or no, it's this one. It just has a default display on it. I have the same defaults. I don't have any overrides on it. Let's look at the computed here. So mine's a block font family and all that. This one has a significant number of resets on it. It's a display box. I mean, what happens if I set the box sizing? Yeah, I didn't think it would be that property. That didn't make sense to me. Let's see. Text size, isolate, visibility. So yeah, there's just something weird here. I don't know what the weirdness is. Like, there's definitely a weirdness here. Like, if I come back to our... So this is that one, and it's like gap, grid, and display. Gap, grid, and display. The same 3 rules. Look here, like, same behavior when I... Well, hold on. This looks interesting. Gap 1.5 showing up here. Gap 1.5 is not showing up the same here. I think that's also because that gap 1.5 is also here on side of this outer. Okay, so let's just, for the sake of it, let's throw this inside of just a class of form group for a second. Now if we come look at this again, missing some stuff, but we see all the gaps that we're expecting, so that's not the end of the world here. So what am I missing? All right, what am I missing here? We're now very, very, very confused, because there's very clearly something not happening correctly, and we don't know what it is. And it has to do with this. So, okay. So this input is 100% of its container. So the input is a flex. So it's showing up as a block, where I really want it to show up as not a block. So I think I'm getting into some CSS specificity issues here. And really what I want is... Oh, let's just do a quick refresh, make sure I'm looking at the right rules. Okay, so the flex should be the winner. Because I don't have this block actually implemented. Why are you doing this to me? Why? I don't understand. Why is the width so big? It's just doing something it's not supposed to do. Input going outside of container with 100%. If it takes more than 100% of the container, the issue arises because there's padding applied to the input. It is not taken into when calculating the input width, which is always set to 100%. This can be fixed by calculating the size as 100% minus the horizontal padding of the input. That's not what this is doing, though, and that's what's throwing me. Like, if I go look at width full, it's just 100%. And it doesn't have that problem. Try this. Form inputs are really hard to style. It's especially hard to make the style look consistent across all browsers. One of the things I found is text motion. Get rid of the border, outline, padding, and margin. Then wrap the input inside a div with the border, outline, padding. I think you would... I'm so confused. So this person says do all this and then do the rest of it. I don't think this is going to fix my problem. No. So what I want to, let's go look at the Tailwind resets. Because I want to know what they do. So pre-flight. I want to know what these are as style sheets. So, let's see. Let's see if we can find them. So packages, Tailwind, source, utils. Looking for something called base. All right, so utilities. .css. That's the Tailwind utilities CSS. Yes. Tailwind utilities TypeScript. This seems wrong. I would like to know what the overrides are doing. This is very agitating are the words I'm gonna use. Like, I don't want to spend more time fighting styles here. This is awful. This is actually an awful experience now. I don't know why this is going on. I really don't. I just really want this to kind of work, and I don't want to use Tailwind. I'm trying not to. But like all of these styles and pure styles and all that crap are making it really hard to turn it down right now. It's pissing me off. I'm gonna be honest. This is pissing me off. Oh. All right. So let's think about this for a minute, because something ain't right here. And it's probably because there's a reset that I'm not doing that's totally here. I'm just going to keep removing these resets until something looks really bad. These are just variables. Okay, we found it. It's one of these. It is this box sizing rule. Okay. Well, let's set that as a global reset, right? We can do some resets here. There's nothing wrong with doing some resets, as long as those resets are reasonable and we can understand what they're doing. Okay, there we go. Now I'm not fighting Tailwind so freaking hard. Oh, and look at that. That actually made my thing look better. Great. What is this rule? Box sizing. Box sizing CSS property sets how the total width and height of an element is calculated. By default, it's the content box. But then if you do the border, oh my God, that changes everything. Yes, that seems like something that shouldn't be the reasonable default. Cool. So we're going to turn this back on. We're going to be happy because now we see that our form is starting to take shape. And I think what's really nice now, just kind of coming back to things, is I don't know if we have a lot more CSS that we need to write. We might have to deal with these buttons. Like that, they gave us a combo box here, but I don't actually want a combo box. So that's a select. So we're gonna have to style a select, because that's what that should be. It shouldn't be a combo box. It should be a select. Which we can totally decide on our own how we want to do that. So let's go and just start fixing. Let's go get the layout going the same way that they were giving it to us in RV0. So we wanted name, time zone, descriptions next, right? So description should have been a text area for us, but right now it's assigned to a text field. We could fix that because it's it should be text area field. Rails text area. Let's see what that gives us. There, I always forget if it's text area or text area field. It looks like it was text area. Yeah, it was text area, and I just did it incorrectly. So if we do that, now we got to style our text area. So let's go and look and see how that needs to change. So text area here was using these rules. And we could do, we can keep putting placeholders in places where it makes sense. Tell people about what's happening at your event. Now we can make this a lot easier to read. There's no reason to make this worse, I guess is what I'm really trying to say. I could also probably change it to that. And if we come back to our thing, we'll see, hey, tell people what's happening. And now we want to go style our text area, right? So let's go ahead and put our comment. And so what we want is display flex. And we want the minimum height, in this case, to be 80 pixels. Now the question is, can I get 80 out of thing? Yeah, so that's 5 rem, which is great. So I can get minimum height out of rem. I can make the width full or 100%. I can still do my border radius as 0.25. And then we can do our border. And then background is white again. And we could use the same padding. We could probably use the same font rules because I'm going to be that guy. And then we get to the point of all this other stuff and we're just going to ignore it for now, but we probably should do some styling around it. So if we do this all of a sudden, if I actually called it correctly, it's a text area, not a text underscore area. We can see like, hey, that looks a lot better all of a sudden. So let's just keep going down the line now. So now we need start date and time. So let's go ahead and do these next. So I moved time zone up before. So now we can do another 2-column form group because that's what this is going to be. And inside of here, we're going to need both of these. And these will be... be nice if this formatted automatically. I don't know why it's not doing that, but let's go ahead and fix our form group. Get some nice styles going on. Actually refresh the right window. We can see our start at and at are exactly where we want them to be. Now, these are date time fields. Now, let's just make sure we're doing these correctly, but these are inputs with type date time locale, or daytime local, event start at, event end at. Like, this is good. This is what we want. And we can just say, like, we can actually make the label something like event or start at date and time. Or like, let's just put that and make sure I'm doing it correctly, and then we'll clean it up. These should all be localized as well. I haven't done that. So this is going to be event. What did this say? Start. Yeah, we can just do start date and time. And this could be end date and time. These are both going to be totally reasonable. And we're not going to set these to any default values for now. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to move the registration fields up. So we're going to actually do a quick copy pasta job because we can. And instead of start at here, we're going to make this registration. And this one's going to be registration as well. And then this one becomes registration, start date and time. And this one could be registration, end date and time. And all of a sudden, we got all our fields starting to show up. And this is really helpful because now we can start doing some other things. Like we could also say like, hey, this field, it's required. And like time zone, this one's required, but we can also set it to a default. So we're going to ignore that one. But then like our placeholder here, let's say this one's required. And our daytime start at, like that's absolutely required. And same with our end at. But our registration, neither of these are required. So we're going to say required is false on both of these. And what we're going to see is nothing really changes here. Except when I go try to create the event, we're going to get the HTML5 default validations for what is this. And it's going to give us some great stuff. And we're going to be able to use that. And that's going to be great. And I'm happy about that. All right, let's get the next couple of fields going. Venue type and venue name. So what did this do for venue type and venue name? So it's doing this combo box thing again, and I don't like it. So kind of like I've been saying, I'm just not going to borrow what it's doing. But we can make this better. So we'll do another 2-column. And then this one just becomes venue name. Right? Now this is where it gets interesting. V0 didn't quite listen to all of my instructions. I only want these to be visible if this is set to offline or in person, right? Or not online. So this isn't working super well, but we're going to do something with it and we're going to just make it work for now. So venue name is going to be on the right. And then this other one is going to be, venue type. And this one is required, but this is not actually going to be a date time, and neither is this. This one's going to be a text field. And this one's actually going to be a select. So Rails form select. So let's see, making select boxes. So the way that Rails is recommending I do this is form.select select field, select tag. Let's see how we can do this using the Rails way. So I feel like select should be possible, but it seems like it's not the way I'm thinking. Let's just look at the Rails form tutorial real quick. See what they say. Collection, making select boxes with ease. Yeah, this is what I want. So that's actually super easy. So what we can do here is our select is our venue type, and our values are going to be actually our, do we set those as globals? We didn't set those as globals. So these are just 3 values. So what we could do is we could actually set this as a value, but we're not for now. We're going to just make these a little more specific. So we're going to go and do this the Rails way. So let's make these arrays, but then this is going to be an array. So that's the value. And it's going to say in person. This one's going to say online. This one is going to say hybrid. And if I did this correctly, got exactly what we wanted. Almost exactly what we wanted. I can't type apparently. So this really should be coming from somewhere else. And we'll make this better later. But for now, we can just make this work the way I just described it. And we're going to be happy about it because it looks, it's not the cleanest in the world, but we're making it work. And that's the important part. We're making this work for our solution. So now we got this venue name. Now we got to fix the select, which I'm going to be honest, it's probably going to be as simple as saying that the same rules that apply to input apply to select. And like, that looks pretty good. I'm not unhappy with that. There's some things I want to change about this. Like, I don't want this empty option. Definitely want to fix that, but we're not going to die on this hill right now because now we got our UI kind of working the way we were hoping it would. So let's keep going. We need to add the last few fields here, which, whew, man, these are slogs if I'm being honest about it. Let's grab this one. So this one's going to be the address field. So this could be like 555 Main Street or whatever. And this one's a conditional require. So we're going to take the require off of it for a minute because we're not quite sure how we're going to build that. And then we're going to go ahead and, you know, we got a to call again. And in here, we're going to go ahead and put country and city. So like United States of America, which we're just going to put simple placeholders for now. There's better ways to do everything we're doing. But like I said, we're trying to move quickly. Let's make this Atlanta. And then we got two more. We've got state or province. And this could be something like GA. And then this last one's going to be the postal code. Postal code or zip code, as some people know how to call it. And we'll just say it's like 3006 or whatever. And then what am I missing? We got one more set, which this is going to be our currency, which just set it to USD. And this is going to be our capacity. And put it as 100, but this one's actually Rails has number fields. So we could probably put placeholder 100. And what's nice is we can do all this, and we can also use the rules of this thing, which is minimum is, well, maybe we don't want to put a minimum, but like, yeah, let's go ahead and say minimum is 1, right? So when it starts at 1 and counts up. So when I go try to put a negative, like it should validate against that, but it's not going to because I don't have that working. But every time I use the actual number keys and number pad stuff, like this should just work. This will also make it so if I was using the right keyboard, this would be a number keyboard. So now we got all our form elements. Now we got to just fix this little button at the bottom because that's the thing that's missing for us. So let's see how V0 tried to take care of our button. So we took care of most of this, and it's looking like a decent form, if we're being honest about it. We've simplified a lot of the repetitiveness. We didn't write like the same garbo over and over again. Say, there's no way that this thing didn't have a create event button. I was about to say, oof, Look at all that. That's ugly as sin. That's okay though. We'll borrow this for a second. We're gonna make it look decent before we do something to it. So this is gonna be we're gonna grab that. We're gonna call this form action. And that's gonna have a button. So inside of our form CSS, the way I'm gonna structure this is we're gonna put form action here. Wait, did I call it form action? Which way did I name it? I called it form hyphen action. Yeah. So we're gonna have a form action, and these are the form action properties. So display is flex, align items center, and then padding is gonna be whatever P6 is, which I think is 1.5 rem. So we're gonna go with that. And let's just see if I actually hit, well, let's put it here. So we've got our form action. This is looking better, but it feels wrong still if we're looking at it. And don't know why it feels wrong. It's probably because if I copy the whole thing, I paste it again. This div is here, which this one aligns with the grid gap. So if we're kind of coming back to how this was structured, this grid gap guy is the first div inside, right? So what this is trying to say is, hey, actually, we should be moving our event form action to be on the same level as that, which we can do. Nothing wrong here. So if we do this, refresh, we're outside of that container space now. And so flex item center, we're here. Why though? Well, let's see if we do the rest of these styles, if this handles it correctly. I don't know if it will or not. So let's give it a shot. So if we come back to our form, let's grab our class here. We're not going to need a class is ultimately what we're going to decide. And actually, when I did all of this, I think I just got rid of this entire element. So no double, which we feel good about. Now, if we come back to our form CSS, and if we do, I'm just going to say it's a button for now. And we'll say it's inside of it, inside of the form action. So let's do all the things. So display is an inline flex. Align items is center. Justify content is center. White space, no wrap. We're going to do our border radius, font weight, but we need the line height. And then, let's see, we're going to delete all that because that's all of this. And then there's some color transitions, some focus ring stuff, disabling opacity. We're going to ignore all that, but we are going to grab this chunk right here because this is the part that's actually doing the stuff I was curious about. So we can say height is 2.5 rem. And we can say padding is half a rem by a rem. And margin left in particular is auto. Now when I do that, if I did it correctly, didn't do it correctly, did I? It's because this is, if it's a button or an input type submit, that's where I messed up. So now we've got all of our stuff working in our favor. Now the question becomes, why isn't this going where I wanted it to go? Why are you not going where I wanted you to go? Also, we can change out the colors here. So we'll do that real quick. So our background here, let's make that black and our color is white. That'll just take care of the coloring. So now it's the right style. And then we can just say on, you know, if we do this hover, we can just say the background is RGBA, and then let's just do 0.8. So yeah, you can actually see that, and then we can get our cursor is a pointer. So like now we're starting to get a lot of things. Now the question is, why is our button not off to the side? That was the last thing that we were hoping this would do. And the reason that's not happening is what? So let's look and make sure I didn't miss something super duper important here. So justify content, align items, display on this isn't. So I'm definitely missing something important. Also, I'm realizing I've actually written this a few times now, and I'm noticing the need for a global reset. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Boom. There's our global reset on that now. So now I don't have to think about that anymore. So when I have like pointer every time I wrote it, what I can go do now is in like our drop down, like these were buttoned, I can go get rid of this now because now this is a global style. I've just removed redundancy in our system, which is great. So the better question though becomes, why are, unless, no, I wrote that correctly. Why? Oh, same rule applies to input type equals submit. There we go. Okay, because this wasn't a button. This was a specific thing. What is happening here, though? We're seeing that this button is going the full width, and we're not sure why. Now, it's probably because, well, no, we said it's an inline flex, and we said we wanted to go margin left auto. So why? It probably has to do with the fact that this is, I can show you why. It probably has something to do with the fact that these rules are applying. So can I do select input where not submit? We'll copy this first line because that's what we want. But the rest of it we're going to discard because it's not what I want. And now all of a sudden everything's working. Woohoo! There we go. We just got to pay attention to how we're authoring our CSS. That was the little trick today. So the question is, do we want all that padding? That's a question. I think I'm going to keep it. It looks fine. The form looks fine. Like, this form looks pretty snazzy. Now, it's not perfect by any means, though. Like, how are we going to do our validation? How are we going to make time zones and everything work? But what's cool now is if we go, and I said this was going to work before, if I go to our one that exists, look at this. All of our values that we were expecting are totally set here. And if we go try to go update it, everything's fine. I didn't break anything. explicitly. So this is just a nice, like, what's going to happen when you do something like this. So we have our form, we're validating. So like, let's say I change this to New York, right? That's not valid. Well, hey, look, New York, this prevented it from being saved because it was New York instead of New York. And that's great. That's exactly what we wanted. And we got these times. And because these times haven't changed, like we don't have to worry about that as well. So like all of this is super duper great. This is working. Um, so we've got a good edit form. It looks nice. The same user experience. Now, what we might decide here, and we haven't stated this though, is like some of these fields might just truly be immutable. Like once they're set, we don't want them to change it. Like for instance, currency, totally immutable on an edit action. You don't want to be changing currency once it's been set, because that's, or at least you don't want it to be changed after your first purchase has been met, because that's going to create a lot of downhill spiraling on kind of what people are doing. But the fact that we like have all of this interface here, like that's pretty neat if you ask me. And like we've got buttons that work, we've got the submit, we can write things here, people can make this bigger, you know, like we don't really want them to do what I'm doing here, but like it's legal. It's a legal thing for them to do. And we want to clean up some stuff. Like we want to make the select box better. We want to make this a drop down. We want to make this a drop down. So like, let's talk about making those improvements real quick, because this actually isn't all that crazy. So Rails time zone selector. So Rails actually has some of this built in. And this is why I was kind of like, well, just give me a second. I'll show you what this does. So if we come back to our form here and we go back to our time zone here, instead of a text field, let's do a time zone select. If we refresh, check that out. There are all of the time zones. And if we look at it a little more closely, as an example, the current selected value is this Eastern time zone. These aren't exactly the values that I wanted, right? We talked about this and I wanted a different set of values to actually be here. That's something we should be able to change here. So for instance, we could do a lot of things actually. Instead of doing time zone like this, we could do active support time zones. Like, let's go play with this for a second. Let's see if we can find the time zone selector we actually want. And if this is the right one, great. But like, this is going to be US time zones. So this might be what I'm looking for. It might not be what I'm looking for. This looks like the style of what I was hoping for though. Like, I don't see New York in here. Oh, there it is. It's literally in front of my face. So the way they've done it here is they've decided to make it the Eastern US one instead of New York. And that's actually okay by me, because if we do here, let's just go ahead and like get -2. Yeah, there we go. That's also a cool thing about Ruby. You can do negative indexes. But if we look at like the TZ info of this one and we get the name of the TZ info, this is actually the name that we want. So we could legitimately just change our whole thing to just be, so like right now, let's just say our platform's only going to support the US time zones, right? We're good with that. That's fine by us. And let's say we want it to actually have a default. Well, these are two things I can just go ahead and set now. So let's come back to our time zone select. We don't actually want it to be the West Coast one. I actually want the East Coast one. Because, you know, I'm an East Coast guy. I don't agree that the West Coast is the best time zone. All right, let's make sure we're doing this correct. So in theory, here's our time zone US. This isn't selecting, it's just selecting the first value because it's not matching correctly, right? And it's still showing us all of the other time zones. But what this is doing is it's bringing all the US time zones to the top ordered in a somewhat smart but yet arbitrary way. Now, the thing is, though, we don't want this to just be US time zones like this. We actually want this to be a little better. And so what I'm going to do is at the top of this file, I'm going to do just kind of a Ruby block for a minute, because these are the time zones, but these aren't the ones we want. So what I really want is I want to create a map, and I want it to be, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this, but it's basically going to be for each one. So let's just get the first item. And this is showing up as America ADAC. So let's see what happens if we do 2S. So yeah, so we want two things. And if we remember how select works, so let's go find our select. It goes display value, actual value. So what we really want to return is we want to do the current zone 2S. And then for the value though, what we want this to be is we want it to be the zone TZ info, right? And we want it to be the name. All right. So this is going to be zone tzInfo.name. And when I do this, assuming I did it correctly, if I were to have done this correct, this would have worked, but it didn't work because I didn't do it correct. So we're gonna turn this into a one-liner that we can actually go put in the right place. I was gonna set it to a variable and then reset the variable down low, but I'm realizing I can one-line this, and I can one-line this in a way that's not absolutely terrible. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna paste this right here. It's gonna be our lovely little one-liner. We're gonna set our default, and we're gonna learn very quickly that this default's not gonna work correctly. And we're okay with that, because we're gonna fix it. But if we do this now, I broke it. And I broke it because it's an array of arrays, and it's got all the strings and the values that I wanted. So that looks correct. So I screwed up somewhere. I forgot a comma. That's how I screwed up. Now this one's upset. Undefined method name for tzInfo array. So I was trying to customize this, and apparently it's got very specific customization rules. Didn't know that. So what it needs to be, this probably just needs to be a select now. Why did this not just work the way I wanted? I mean, effectively this is just a select, which I don't mind. We could just do it that way. There's no reason it can't be that. It doesn't have the same behavior as the time zone select. And that's what is kind of upsetting me under the hood. But what's nice, right? See how this says Eastern? That's awesome, because if we look at it under the hood now, it's actually got the America New York. So when I let's go make a new event now, right? It's defaulting to this American ADAC thing. And that's because this isn't right anymore. This is going to be America, New York. Now, what we do is we say on an organization profile, as an example, well, first off, this should have worked. Why didn't this work? That was the correct thing. So the default should have been exactly what I put. So this is our default. It's probably because I'm not using select correctly. Let's find out. Not that. Form select. So we want form select, and we don't want to include a blank. include blank is false. And then it goes get all the values that we wanted, which is what we did. Now the question is, how do you set, I thought I set the default. Select order, collect. According to the input, include blank prompt. The main difference is if select already has a value, then prompt will not show, whereas include blank always will. So select object, prompt select. So, okay, part of what this probably is, let's get rid of this default here. Part of probably what we need to be doing, and this is a pretty simple fix, is we need to be setting a default on our model. So model defaults in Rails. There are several issues with each of the available methods, but I believe that defining an after initialize callback is the way to go for the following reasons. Default scope. Defining defaults in your migration also works. Overriding initial can work, but don't forget to call super. Unlike using a plugin like Fusion, it's getting a bit ridiculous. Overriding after initialize is deprecated as of Rails 3. When I rewrite it, I get that. So therefore, I'd say write an after initialize callback. What? You can use the attribute method within your models. Yes. What the hell, though? After initialize defaults? So we're going to go do something to our event real quick because I do agree with this. So let's do an after initialize set defaults. And in here, what we're going to do is, for the sake of this, is we're just going to set, we'll set the currency and we're going to set the time zone. We're going to just set these two to a default value. And now when I do that, you're going to see that our form has our defaults. And this is actually just model driven, which is nice. So now these defaults are going to work. Now the problem is I really do want this to be, what is it? Select time zone or time zone selector, time zone select. Now we were playing with this. I really would like time zone select, but time zone select, time zone options for select to generate the list of option tags. Okay, time zone for select. Return streams of option tags pretty much as any time zone in the world. Supply active support time zone name as selected to have it marked as an option tag. You can also supply an array of active support time zone objects as priority zones so that they will have been listed above the rest along the list. So that's what we were doing with the US piece. And I want to bring that back because I thought that was time zone select. Now, this isn't going to be happy because of our next line. So what I want to do is I want to make this not the value that it gave. And you can see now all of a sudden our values are incorrect. So time zone select Rails change default values. How to correctly set default time zone or change option default values. There we go. So selectable time zone name. Diving into this shows that in Rails of active time zone, the time zone select works as documented, allowing to simply select a valid time zone with timezone.name, albeit if the default is Europe, that selections contain both Amsterdam as well as Europe Amsterdam. So I guess the changes made in active time zone 5.2 have insufficiently taken into account the impact that these have as time zone select. For now, instead of using extended time zone name like Europe to select time zone select, explicitly normalizing to the abbreviated as a workaround. So selectable time zone name. Let's figure out where this is documented inside of Rails. So there's this selectable time zone name. Time zone options for select. I want to just basically override this. Only the options tags are returned. You have to wrap this call in HTML tag select. So let's look at the source for this. So time zone options for select. It goes through here and it looks for the zones and it selects the priority zones. And then it converts the zones, priority zones selected, does some other stuff, and then zones minus priority zones. Save concat the options for select, convert zones, and selected. So options for select. Options for select is this is what we want. So we're trying to figure out what the convert zones does here. Okay. So convert zones is just this is the part I want to change. I would like this to be different. I don't want this lambda. So this is doing the 2s z name thing, and the name's not what I want. The name is different than the one I'm looking for. So how do we change this? So form.object.timezone, selectable time zone of it, selectable time zone name, forms object time zone. This issues, no. That looks gross. That doesn't look right. Hi, for a question, would you mind posting this in our Rails core group? I think you'll get more feedback. See, I hate when they do stuff like that because this is actually a legit question. Let's see if I can just grab this, go to the Google group and find it. My problem is I'm storing into a valid Postgres. I would like to be able to use that. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm doing. And this is all the way from 2013. So that's enraging. Oof. So this is the time zone selectable. So there's got to be a better way to do what I'm trying to do here. So Rails, let's look for this. Let's look for the docs. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. You can use Draper to modify all and name the list. That's not really what I was hoping to do. This is too much. Use select instead of time zone select. No, I want time zone select though. Huh. I mean, both answers are kind of terrible. I don't like either answer. It's really a helper at this point. Time zone. Oh, wait. Time zone options for select. Time zone options for select. Returns a string of option tags for pretty much any time zone in the world. Supply an active time zone name as selected to have it marked as the selected option. You can also supply an array of active time zone support objects as priority zones, so you can use active support as a convenience for obtaining a list of US time zones, or a regexp to select the zones of choices. The selected parameter must be either nil or a string that names the active support time zone. By default, the model constant. Oh, you know what we can do? Okay, we're getting onto a better idea here. So this is what it's giving us, and what it's doing is it's just going to set the 2s as the readable, and then the underlying value is the name, I believe. So like if we come back and look at this one more time, like if I open this up, Hawaii is the second option. So if we look at this, it's just doing America DAC Hawaii, right? So America DAC Hawaii. We can just probably, if I had to guess, remap this result. So if we map this to return to So we're going to do the zone, right? We're going to say the zone name is now equal to the zone tzInfo dot name. And we're going to return the zone. And this is unhappy because zone.name is not assignable. So like if we do zone equal, or here, let's just do this and we just say 0. We just say that's our zone. So this is our zone. Our zone.name is DAC. But what we want to do is we want to say name is not that. We want to say it's like that. And this isn't allowing us to do it because it's saying, hey, yeah, I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm not going to let you do it because this doesn't match the record that I'm expecting it to be, because it's not allowing you to override the time zone name. So I really want to like override default. How do I change default time zone for active record and Rails? Active record default time zones, where you really should think about inventory before saving times in the database in a non-UTC format. So rake time zones. Here's how you find all the available time zones. Converts to time zone defined in config.timezone. Active record default time zone is local. I don't config default time zone is local or UTC. What is this person trying to do? As you see, is ESC. However, when it looks like the datetime is being stored in UTC format. Yeah, no, you should store datetimes in UTC. I'm not about to do something this silly. This is wrong. So that's a bad recommendation. Time manipulation. Effectively, what we're looking to do is we want this, but we want it to be different. We want to basically override what this is doing. So like right now, this is giving us like Hawaii, right? And Hawaii is pointing to the correct value here. But this is the value that's being stored in the UI. We want the UI to return Pacific Honolulu as an example. So really what we need, the community is returning a collection of time zone objects for the time zones in the country specified by its ISO. So let's see what happens if we do this. I don't think that's going to do anything. So if we do zone, I didn't think that was going to do anything. Class public methods. Okay, so let's go back to just the time zone and we just do the country zones. And if we do the country code as US, this gives us kind of what we want, but it's still wrong. So we really want to change how this is working under the hood. I'm actually surprised this isn't better. Time manipulation with active record. So this person said not what we wanted. So not what we were looking for. So let's see. Can we get the time zone the way we want it? I will say this is kind of frustrating because this is not what I want. I could do the select and it would do all the things, but it's not going to give me the same result as what I was hoping for, right? Like, I do want this, but I want it to be... Can I just do a new one of these? I guess this is actually gonna... Okay. So this is kind of annoying, because what I really want this to do is to get the right TZ info and the right name. So I guess what I do have to go back to the version where I just did this with select. It's not as pretty, but it is more functional to align with what I was hoping to do. Downside is it's not going to give me all of the options like it was before. And it's not going to necessarily be sorted the way I want it to be sorted. Like if we go and do this, let's just sort it real quick. Like it's, I could live with that, I think. Let's see. That's better, if you ask me. Like I can live with this a lot better, I think. And what's nice about this is if, you know, we need customization, we have it. I'm only focusing on American time zones for now. If I need a better time zone picker later that goes for outside of the US, I can make that happen. So that's the quick and dirty Rails time zone. I'm a little disappointed though. I was hoping it would do this by default because that's actually what you want to store in your database, not what it was giving me. So that's a bit disappointing. Just gonna be honest. Let's see. Our date time stuff, like this is all fine. This is using the browser stuff, in person and all that. We do want to go fix the in-person one. By let's see, in person. Here it is. So this is required, and we don't want to include a blank, right? I think it's because I now need to put this into an object. Okay, I just did this, so it's values. Include blank is false, required is true. Why are you being a butt? Cannot be false. Oh, that's interesting. That was interesting. Okay, so apparently can't use a blank, can't make this required and blank simultaneously, but at the same time, like, hey, look, I'm setting it to a reasonable value. So I guess what I could do instead is we could say placeholder, I guess, is select how your event will operate. Huh. Let's just go do a new screen. It's defaulting to in-person, and I guess it's defaulting to in-person because... No, I didn't do it there. Oh, but in-person is the default option that's selected. So it's always going to be in-person by default. That's just kind of how I wrote this. So this isn't required because of that rule. So include blank, false. So this is just going to work now. So venue type looks better. Venue name is going to be arbitrary. We can make this a Google thing later. Ditto with all this, and same with capacity. And this USD one, this is the, remember we said our constants before, and we want to say like our supported currencies. This could just be a currency drop down using that. So, you know, let's just do it. Oh, it's mad because this is now a select, not a different one. So here you go. Now we got our currencies working the same way. We should fix this, of course. Like we can use that money gem from earlier, if y'all remember that. Our money gem probably will give us form helpers. So let's see, like formatting. Actually, we uninstalled the money gem, didn't we? How does Rails deal with currency otherwise? I don't think it has a currency module. Yeah, so we're not going to be able to do that. So we'll need to come up with a better way of managing this later. But this is fine for now. So we got most of our default stuff going on. We've got a form. It looks decent. It works in both the update and create flows. We've got a bunch of different fields going on. We've got our capacity, description, things are working there. Like, this has pretty much everything we were hoping to introduce to this form at this point. So now let's talk about, you know, a couple small things, right? You'll notice I'm doing this, I'm doing the create, and I'm getting the HTML5 form validations, right? I could get rid of this, right? The question is, should I? Like, we could say validate false, I think. And if I go hit, well, no, that's not it. Let's see. Rails form with. Let's look at it. There's a few things that I thought it would do, but like validate or validation. No, that's not working. Defining model objects, a generic search, helpers for generating form elements. So this is most of what we were looking for. But what we're really trying to do is we want to, I guess we can make this a little easier to read. So we pass in our event. And the thing we really want to do is we want to make it so Rails disable browser validation. How to enable, disable. The no validator is set on my forms now that yeah, I want to form validate. No validate. It disable. You can check the stimulus controller doing this job. Some notes on how it works. It enables. Yeah, I want. So, am I moving into hotwire territory? This works, but you probably won't love how it looks, and you can't style it all. Invalid fields get invalid pseudo classes. In my experience, these practical implications are a common issue in the mini W3C specs. Designed by committee is a thing. Fortunately, in this case, you can circumvent these with JavaScript and the constraint validation API. So server-side validation with Rails, we did all of that. We did all of this. Showing errors next to form fields. This is similar to what we're trying to do. Remote forms. Remote forms are forms that are submitted with an AJAX request. They are great form because they're fast. This is the new default since Rails 5. Form with will generate remote forms unless told otherwise. Fun to know. When using turbo links, you can use redirect to seamlessly. So I'm getting some fun Railsy stuff going on. So I'd like to know how this person disabled the no validate though. You check the stimulus controller doing this job. I'd like to see their full code. It's like, I don't want to... It's a bad article because it's missing some stuff. Rails add no validate to form. Form tag, no validate, no validate. Oh. Okay, should have been. Okay, let's see if we can just do this. This is probably a bad thing I'm doing. I'm gonna be the first to admit it. Okay, this other person said it was HTML. Like this. Hey, look at that. Okay. So that's how you turn off the HTML validations. Good to know. So now what we can do is we're getting our errors back like this. But remember I said I wanted to do, you know, better validation stuff. Well, since these forms are like kind of set on a per field basis, I want to now do field errors in Rails. And there used to be a helper method for this. So they changed this. Ah. With the div field with errors. All right, how to show next to a field. If resource errors field name. Okay, so I think what we can do here, and we're gonna play with it. So like, let's do this one first. So let's say there was an error, right? So if we go to our model, I'm making sure I understand what this person is suggesting. So in this case, it's going to be if I go to our event and I check its errors and I check for the field name, we're going to just render here. We're going to do a p tag for now. And let's just see what happens when we do it this way. I don't think this is going to work, but it's better than nothing. Oh, check it out. It says it can't be blank. That's actually what we wanted. So what we really want to do, and if people are like, why are you writing map and now you're writing collect, it's the same function. It's just bad habit one way or the other. But like, these are our errors, and we could just do error full message. I'm just going to do that real quick. This is going to get all of the errors, right? Errors well, actually, let's see what happens when I run this now. So this is like, hey, no, I don't have a full message. So if I do event.errors on name, right? What do I get? I just get can't be blank. And so if I want to, if that's the only error on this, that's not too bad. So I guess instead of this, what I can do is that, maybe. So this isn't perfect either, but it says it can't be blank. Oh, description's the one with multiple ones. So let's go play with description for a second, because I think that'll be more interesting. So description is going to have two errors, right? So I hit create, and I get it's too short, can't be blank. So what I can actually do in this instance, and probably what I should do in this instance, is instead of doing what I did here and just grabbing the array, now that I know it's there, I could probably map over it. There's a question of like, how should I be returning this? I'm going to talk about that in a second. But what we can do here, for each error, we're going to just post the error, end it out, if it's there. And what's actually even better about doing it this way is I don't need the F block anymore. Producing some code here. So now when I do this, I can say, hey, this can't be blank, and blank is too short. Now, I should make this better. There's a whole conversation here around making this better. Now, this is just the is too short minimum is 10 characters bit. It would be cool if this came across as just an I18 solution, which I can go and override this and have it handle that. I can also, I think, there used to be a way to do this, and I'm just making sure I'm not. Instance error message. So I'm gonna just throw a debugger here for a second for when this renders. So I'm gonna have to let it render the first time, but then when I hit here, what we're going to see is we've got event. An event has errors. And in the past, we just did full messages, right? And that gave us the full messages. But now what we're doing is we're actually doing keys. So like in this case, I'm grabbing the description key. And this is just giving me a very different behavior. We can probably change these messages to just make it better because we now know how we're going to handle it. So you know what? We're going to leave these messages alone. I'm gonna stop fighting an uphill battle because these are localized already. So what I can do is I can just take the localized versions and deal with them. But what's really nice is because, you know, this is an array of options, every time I see something like this now, right, I can just write, here's my error handler, right? And this is now, should be on name instead of on the other guy. And you can see like, boom, can't be blank, too short. And this is lovely. This is giving us our errors the way we want them to show. Not exactly the way we want them to show, but it's giving us this really helpful way to do stuff. So like, let's go into our, form CSS. Let's just like, let's see, where do I want to put it? I think I want to put it at the bottom here. So like, let's do a P error class, okay? First off, I just want to, yeah, this is more or less what I want it to be. I want to take away the margin. I want to take away the padding. When I do this now, if I used it correctly, so every time in my form helper here, I can now just say classes error. And I can go do the same on our other form helper, right? Boom. So now when I go and I run it again, hey, I got, this can't be blank. This is too short. It's got a minimum character. This thing can't be blank. Like now I'm starting to see the errors I want to see next to the fields in which they occur. And I can go and rinse and repeat this over and over again. But this is excessive, isn't it? Doesn't this feel like, oh man, why am I just writing the same thing over and over and over again? And the answer is it's because I am. And what I really want to do is I really want to like, this is show field errors for description, right? I would like to just do something like this and kind of remove this redundancy of having to do this form thing every single time. And this is what people are kind of recommending is creating something called a field error proc. And so what this would be is if somebody wanted to do the errors in a less obtrusive way, they could just show it via the proc itself. Proc is just a function. So what they could do is they could write this function, make it globally accessible. So every time you want to do it, you could just show it that way. So what we really want to do here is display invalidation errors in a view. Okay, now we're getting closer to it. So like this is saying if there are anything, it's like just going to display all that. That's not really what we want. We want to do like field with errors, and we want to do like, we want to handle the field with errors. Now, they got rid of it. That's kind of annoying. Line 1 must have attribute, can't be line 2. Yes, it'll find errors field name present. Yeah, they used to have, this used to be a first class feature. So I'm trying to see if there's like a simple thing here. And I think the answer is no. Rails field errors display. Her. Don't agree with any of that. Action helpers form builder. This is kind of what we're looking for. This is what we're hoping to make. This person did a lot more than we're hoping to do, though. What I guess what we could do. There's kind of two ways we could do this. I'm not really liking either option a whole lot, but I'm also looking at them like, yeah, this would work. This would be not too terrible, done kind of quick. So I think that's what we're going to do here. So what we can do, so we have two options. One is we can make a reusable form group, and we'd have to make an API that's an abstraction around this. I don't like that. Option two is do exactly what we did here and do inline errors next to each other. Also, don't love that. The third option is there's a way to create like, it's almost like a Rails HTML helper. So like, it's like a tag helper. This isn't too far from what we're looking for. Rails make custom helper for displaying input error, I think is what I'm looking for. And what I want, man, I just want a function for this. And again, there used to be something for this, and that's what I'm sad about. Validation error. Yeah, they got rid of it, and I'm kind of annoyed because I miss it. So, I mean, really what we want to do, we could still do it, I guess. So we have two options. We could make a partial, and every time we want to do field errors, we do it. I don't love this, but it's also one of those things like this would be explicit and easy for somebody to do. It's not an abstraction, and it aligns with the documentation. So I think we're going to just stick with this, even though I'm not sitting here saying like, hey, this is the best thing since sliced bread. Like I'm not thrilled by this. I don't think this is the best option. But and you can see like, oh, well maybe we could just like do that. I don't know. We're starting to get into abstraction land, and there's such thing as too much abstraction. And I'm gonna fight abstraction right now and say, you know what, we're not gonna do too much abstraction because it's not what we want. It's not the point of this exercise. And at the end of this, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have everything kind of, you know, in line, and it's gonna feel a little janky, but not so bad that we can't deal with it. And we might say, you know what? Hey, you did do a lot. Maybe we should actually abstract this out, right? And you're right. Maybe I should. I haven't made a hard decision on it, and I'm getting a little tired if I'm being honest. So we're just gonna we're gonna move on for now, and we're just gonna say, you know what? It's okay. Doesn't need to be perfect this time, and we're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine because we can always make it better later. And it's not hard to fix this stuff. Boom. Postal code. Currency. And finally, capacity. So if we come back to our form here, we're going to say, you know, I'm going to put in some crap values too. So like, check this out. We're getting most of our validation. I say most because not all of it took. Like, I don't know why this didn't take my -1 here. It might be because it just didn't recognize it as a valid value. But I'm pretty sure that should have been... That should have been fine. -10? Like, that should have errored. It really should have errored. but it didn't, and I don't know why. So, you know, that's fine. We'll deal with it. Um, we can play with that later. This isn't the end of the world, but that would be something that might screw somebody up. Uh, the last thing we're going to do before we kind of call it is we're going to fix this last little thing, which is the top level error, which is really, we're just going to do, we're actually going to kind of do this almost the way it was. So this is going to be class is error. And instead of saying all of this and all the pluralization and all the things, we're going to say failed to save, form had errors, see below. Not the best message in the world, but we could see that rendering the way we kind of wanted it to render. Also, I'm realizing that we have a mismatch, which is probably why that just went out of control. But check that out. Doesn't that look decent? I mean, that doesn't itself look decent. We could make this look better, but now we kind of see where the errors are in our form. Our user can go through, fix it, and be happy. So that's kind of thing one. So now let's talk about Rails dynamic forms, and this will be the last thing for the night. The last thing we're trying to do is we want to like dynamically display elements, right? And so what we need is if a field is set, oh man, how do we, I don't want to watch the whole Rails cast to get here, but effectively what we're trying to do is we don't want to render part of our form unless another value is equal to a different thing. So dynamic forms are a little weird. So it's like Rails hide, and this is where we're going to get into like our first bit of JS. So like hide form inputs until input has value. How to hide fields until previous values are filled. This isn't exactly what we want, but this is actually pretty close to what we want. And what it looks like they're saying is I just need to go and get escape out of Rails and do some stuff. But I thought Turbo and Stimulus would allow this. That targets the select element and the form fields. So I don't know Stimulus. So let's look at hotwire because Rails hotwire. It might not be okay. What is Rails? Hotwire is an alternative approach to building modern applications without using much JavaScript by sending HTML instead of JSON over the wire. So let's just look at something real quick. I don't think hotwire is what we want. I think if we go look at our gem file, we've got Stimulus and Turbo, which are part of hotwired. That's right. Okay, so the Turbo uses stuff to reduce the amount of custom JavaScript that most web packages will need to write. Turbo accelerates links and form submissions. Turbo decomposes pages into independent context, which scope navigation and can be lazily loaded. Turbo streams deliver page changes over socket. And then a modest JavaScript framework for the HTML you already have. So sprinkle your HTML with controller, target, and action attributes. So like here's a controller, and then inside we make a JavaScript version called the hello controller, and this just says so name and output are our targets, and if our output target text content hello this, so test hello test. This is interesting. Write a compatible controller and watch Stimulus bring it to life. So target, hello, target, output. Okay. When I click, do hello, greet. So the hello controller, greet. And what this does is it says find the output target, because that's one of our targets. Set its text content to the name target value. Oh, I don't love this. I really don't love this. This is pretty janky, if I'm being honest. Like, I can tell you what this reminds me of now that I'm looking at it a little more closely. This reminds me of Alpine. I'm going to be honest. If we're going to go to this level of making things work on the front end like this, I almost want to use Alpine. Yeah, I don't love this. So if people are like, wait, what the hell is Alpine? What are you talking about? Alpine JS. It's very similar to what we're looking at here. It's a bunch of just directive based behaviors, and it lets you just like do some pretty simple, show hide stuff. And it's really like Rails. Should I use Stimulus or Alpine? It's really just a question. Would you use Alpine? I'm veering towards hotwire and Stimulus lately, but curious what the community thinks. Yeah, I'm using Alpine for a Rails side project, and I don't know why. I'm basically just using it for data binding. I could have used Stimulus. Used every time I veer away from Rails defaults or best practice, I usually regret it. Okay. Well, you know what? I won't argue with that. I mean, I don't love what Stimulus is doing, but I'm also not sitting here like, what the hell am I doing? Like, this isn't grotesque. It's just not what I like. So the question becomes actually, let's see, Rails generator. Curious if it's got anything for Stimulus. Generator command line. I don't want to write my own initializers. I don't want to write anything myself. I want to know what the Rails generators are. Cheat sheet. Read more. Usually, okay, bin Rails generate. So bin Rails G help. So we can do, oh, this is super helpful. They've got a lot of stuff in here. So we do application record, benchmark, controller, generator, integration, JBuilder, job, mailbox, migration, resource, responder, scaffold, controller, active record, devise, Mongoid, pundit, responders, RSpec, stimulus. This is where we are. All right, so there's a stimulus thing. Generates a new stimulus controller at the pass path. If running under node, it'll also call stimulus manifest update task to update the controller index. Bin Rails generate stimulus chat. Okay. Bin Rails G stimulus event form. So that's going to be the name. So we got an event form controller now that Stimulus has given us. So let's see if we can, from these examples, get it right. So first things first is set up the controller. So next create a thing. It's got a copy method. This just has a connect method. So targets. So in our case, what we're going to do, just thinking out loud, is this is our data controller called clipboard. In our case, it's going to be called event form. So if we go to our form here, we need to, in here, we need to set data controller. So if this is data controller, and this needs to be set to event form. So this should get stimulus working for us. Now, again, I'm not super digging what's happening here, but let's play with it. I'm not sold that stimulus is the right way, but this is the Rails way. And because it's the Rails way, we're going to do it this way. So we've got a stimulus event form, and we need to target things. So defining the target. So in this case, we're going to have data clipboard target. So in our case, it's going to be data event form target. Let me make sure. God, I hate that they don't give us like longer names here. So like that's our controller. Stimulus. Rails multi-word controller. How do I call it if it's more than one word? So the recommended is register path under application. So controller reset form is reset form. Okay, so it's event form. That's our actual name. Welcome to Rails Magic and naming convention. So now what I'm supposed to do is I have my controller, and now what I need to do is create targets in our UI. So let's just go ahead and we're going to just do venue name for now. So this whole thing is going to be our target. So this is going to be the venue name. I think that's what I want to call it. So going back to their example, let's make sure I'm not missing anything. So we got type, controller, connect, console log. The connect is just the, hey, is this working? Okay, that makes sense. We're not going to do connect because we don't need it. But let's see what's going on. So type is text. Target map. Hello. Target is name. Data action. Okay. So I think if I'm doing this correctly, we don't need this connect. But we do need to set targets now. So static targets is equal to our venue name here. And we also need venue type. That's the part that I think I'm missing. And so let's go set that now. So this is the form. Can I just set arbitrary HTML like that? This is a question. I don't know if that worked. So let's go ahead and look at our venue type for a second in our inspect tools. And what we're going to see is our attribute did not take. So I think we have to put this in an HTML block like this. Rails select add custom attribute. Fix options for select. Yeah, but I want it for the top level. Rails add custom attribute to select element. I don't want it on the, I want it at the top, not at the bottom. Getting the data attribute out of a select tag. Select tag, options for select. I don't want the data all the way down. But it does look like maybe I can do it this way. So if I look here, we got this one is correct. And I want want to do, add select data dash something in Rails. Class data live speech is true. It's different than what they had. Data hyphen live search. Oh, maybe it's okay. This is kind of annoying. It looks like I needed to do it this way. So data points to, okay, so that's there, and that closes there. Encounter syntax, form, event, no validate. Data goes to data event, okay. So this is an object. Inside of that, it was data colon. Inside of that was, I guess, can I do it this way? Let's see if I can do it without the extra layering, maybe. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. Well, that's not working. Huh. Okay. What if I get rid of that? That's also not working. We're missing something here. We don't know what we're missing. So it should be F select, do a thing. And then, well, okay, like let's try to add a class to this real quick. Let's see if that works, because that would be fascinating if it worked versus didn't work. So the class didn't work. If I move it up, get rid of this line, does that change anything? So this is interesting. I was expecting some of this to work, and it's not. So this is helpful. We're kind of quickly dissecting that this select is not working the way I would have expected it to. So it's the name, a field, some other option. I might be missing something. Hey, there we go. There we go. Okay, so our problem is include blank actually belongs here. But then there's yet another entire object concept that we just kind of didn't understand. And it's because of how select works. So now we got the data select class. Okay, so we can get rid of the class. We can keep our data select. Now everything looks good. So this is our venue name. And we're going to go ahead and retarget this one to actually target the form field. And this is more of a consistency feature that we're about to do. I don't know if this is going to work the way I want it to work, and that's okay. Because what we want to do, and this is our consistency thing. We want to try to keep things consistent. So like I'm putting the target here, and we can see on both of these that this is exactly what I wanted it to do. So in our stimulus controller, we got venue type and venue name. And I guess what I want to do now is, so what does this get name that it's doing. So simplifying refactor. We've seen the stimulus controller instance of JavaScript classes whose methods act as event handlers. That means we can have an arsenal of standard refactoring techniques. For example, we can clean up our greet method by extracting a name helper. That's fine. But how do you... Managing state, maybe? I don't really want state. And this is why I'm kind of like, not really what I want. I basically want to watch a value. So change callbacks. So our revised controller improves on the original where the repeated calls to show current slide stand out. We have to manually update this in the document when the controller initializes after a place where we update this index value. We can define stimulus value, change callback to clean up the repetition and specify how the controller should respond whenever the index value changes. So in our case, so this one's saying it's on a slide, values, if index value changed, show slide, where index value change at initial response to any change to data slideshow index value input. So in my case, what I want is I want a function called venue type changed. And let's just see what happens. Let me just see what happens. This feels like not very good JavaScript, if I'm being honest. Huh. All right, let's see what happens. Connect. That was a function. Controller connected. Let's see if that works. All right, controller is connected. So everything's good except that I can't type. So, okay, so first things first, we are connected. Now we need to see this actually getting changed. So now this is saying it's looking for anything inside of the slideshow index value. And I'm looking for, in my case, making sure I did this data. Aha. This isn't data event form. This should be div controller slideshow. And then there's an actual slideshow index value. So this is event form, not target, but venue name. I don't want that to be a value though. Let's see, stimulus, watch on change input value. Data controller name target. And then data action handle input. Okay, so I think what we're learning very quickly is stimulus is more like an on change handler than anything else. So I think what I need here is change this back to target, not venue name. And then I can add another data. And I bet you I could even do data colon and then scoot this over and get rid of the data here and what I was going to put here. And this is going to be now the action is controller name is event form handle venue type change is actually what I meant to do. So I even put this in the wrong place. So this can become our data. And then this is our action. And God, okay. Let's try all of this. Because I don't know if I'm doing this right. But we can try. So this one's venue name. This one should be venue type. So every time venue type changes, let's log. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're actually getting our event. So in this case, what is our, so we have a context object. So now what we could probably do is let's just debugger this now. So handle it. And the question becomes, if I do this dot targets, if I get the venue, what is it? It's, all right. So hello stimulus, there was a target thing. So this dot name target. So instead of what I said as targets, if I go and I just say venue name target, and then can I get the parent of that element? Okay, so we just have an element. Can we do a hide? So what is stimulus actually giving us when we get a target? So what is a target? Next, we'll create a property for the target by adding name to our controller target. Stimulus will automatically create this name target property, which returns the first matching target element. Okay, that's totally what I want. Now, it also said there was something called targets, which are all of our targets. Now, if we get the parent, or if we get the first, parent node? Not quite right. Okay. So what I really want, I don't even want the value. I want the parent. I do want the parent. So let's see. Let's reference. So targets. The first matching, does it exist? Okay. This feels like Rails, but in JavaScript form. Item connected, sort items, naming convention. All of this makes sense to me. So what is a target by definition, though? Also, what's an outlet? Outlets let you reference controller instances in the controller element from within another stimulus. Stimulus. Show hide target based on value change in different target. Yep, this is what I want. Okay. So if the target is the show value, so what this person did, show hide controller, the show hide target is the input based off of what's in here. And then the show hide target is the output. So you can't just target. Can you target a parent? I mean, I'd like to understand what I could do to a target. Like, what are my options? Like, methods available for stimulus target. Stimulus cheat sheet. Targets. Hello. This source target has target. Has source target. Source targets. Naming conventions. Data. HTML API. So it seems like you can't stimulus select parent of target. I mean, I feel like I should be able to just grab the parent. I guess not. Ugh. Stimulus, you may not be what I want. Okay, so I guess what we have to do... I'm starting to not like this very much. But in the form group here, what we can do is data, event, form, target, and this could be the venue name container. We can get rid of this one now. So if we come in here, go do another change. So we do this dot venue name contain. Oh, what did I call it? Venue. So I want venue name container, or this target, and then it's all of this like that. This dot target venue. Yeah, this one. It says it's undefined. Why? So that's the venue name. Oh, because I need to define. Oh, God. Yeah, this is really not going to be a great experience. This dot target venue name container target. Okay. I just named it wrong. Okay, so can I do hide? So if we go back to how this person was toggling, I can just do a classless hide, classless. Oof. So let's try this. So, okay, this dot venue type target dot value is online. Okay. So effectively, if is not equal to online, we want to remove hidden. Otherwise, we're going to want to add hidden. This is going to be the behavior that we want. And so what we're going to have to do now is we're going to have to go add a lovely hidden helper. And this is going to just display none. We're going to do this the cringe way. And that'll just take care of all of that. So I don't love this because now all of a sudden I have to go to a lot more kind of not great stuff, if I'm going to be honest. But we're going to go ahead and do it. This is going to be the address container. And then we're going to have... What's helpful is this whole row can be a thing. So this is going to be country and city container. And then this one can be the we'll call this location 2 container. Location 2 container. And we're going to call the first one location 1 container. Just because they're both kind of the same thing here. And then currency and capacity Yeah. Now, this is actually making an argument for our form real quick. We should move currency and capacity above where we're introducing the stimulus code. And the reason we should do that is we don't want our form to be too dynamic after a certain point. So what I'm going to go do now that we've got some helpers, what we need to do is we need to go add our controllers. So we got oh, nope. So we got location 1 container, and I said there's a location 2 container. These aren't great names, but they're going to work. That's all that really kind of matters for the sake of this conversation that we're having. So if we go through, we're having venue name, address container, location 1, location 2. And really what we could say, this is location, location, location. So this could actually be location 1. This one's 2. And the last one's 3. It doesn't really matter. It's really whatever makes this simpler. So if we just say location 1, 2, and then now we can do location 3. So now what we can do is we can get rid of this connect because we don't need it anymore. And then what we can do is exactly what I did. What Copilot, you know me. You got it. You got it. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that was the best JavaScript I've ever written. I'm not exactly thrilled by Stimulus now that I've played with it. I wish it was more like Alpine. But assuming I had built it correct. Huh. Okay, so this is interesting. Location 1, 2, and 3 are not working. Data event form target, location 1, 2, and 3. I'm curious why those aren't working. So if we go and we change this again, this was working up until the second line here. Let's see what's going on. All right, so if we do this dot, location 1 container target, and then we do the same for location 2 container target, this should be giving us exactly what we're looking for. So let's see what's happening here. So it found our farm group. And it's finding, okay, location 2 target. Ah, this is a CSS issue, not a JavaScript issue. We have a specificity problem. And what we need to do is this hidden class that I've introduced. We're going to have to do the ugly thing called important, because this is effectively what we need now. So now we have a dynamic form. So if we're hybrid or online, or sorry, hybrid or in person, we really need the form to show. But if it's online, the form disappears because we don't need as much information. And that's kind of helpful. So if we kind of come back, I'm kind of seeing a little small change we want to make. I want to change the order in which this form's rendered. Kind of make it progressive. And ta-da! We have a working form. And, you know, capacity doesn't actually make sense for the venue type either. So there's actually one more fun thing we could do here is we could move capacity down to where venue type is, and then move venue name to the left. So we go venue name, capacity, address, and actually I think that's exactly what we're going to do right now. So let's move venue type. This whole element is going to go where right now our capacity element is. Capacity is now going to move inside of our form helper. And now we can actually make this location. So now we have another location. So now this could be location 1 container. Now we're just going to increment each time. Again, this maybe isn't the best naming convention, and I bet you I could even do collision names now that I think about it. But what's nice about this, at least the way I'm writing it, is these are all related to location. So now this is location 4 container target. And then let's just move them down to be the last element in each of their list. So now, currency, venue type. And now we're getting a whole lot of form behavior where this whole bottom half, because like an online event doesn't have a capacity. A hybrid event might. An in-person totally would probably have it. So now we've kind of introduced this idea and kind of made our form a little user-friendlier. Now the other thing we're going to do, we're going to move the currency and the venue type around. And the only reason we're going to do that is a lot of the times, and this is more of a logistics understanding, is the venue will dictate the price. I know when I was at a previous company, we made online currency not a thing. So like in that case, I could hide currency. And that may be a behavior you would want to do. But we're looking at this and everything is seemingly working. We wrote our first ever stimulus controller. I'm gonna be honest, not my favorite. I probably wouldn't do it again. I would maybe opt in for Alpine or something because I think it's just a lot cleaner. This just feels like a lot of code for not a lot of added benefit. At the same time, like, this isn't too bad. I mean, this is just vanilla JavaScript. You know how to write this. Although it was weird that this wasn't truly vanilla JavaScript. That's a question I have. This feels like maybe it's a jQuery light implementation. So this is interesting. So we're gonna wrap up. Let's talk about what we did tonight, where we are. So big thing is we kind of focused on just one feature tonight, which was this new event form. And if we look, we've added something that looks like a decent form, given it some structure. We use Stimulus, which is the Rails recommended JavaScript approach to make everything render. We actually, I haven't committed tonight at all, so let's see. So we fixed some CSS, more CSS. We built some form CSS to make building forms easier later. This was just a RuboCop. We created our stimulus form. We created a ton of validations, right? We still need to do this venue info, and that could be a to-do for later, and we'll go ahead and mark that. To-do, that's just a to-do we need to do. Our form, we made a little more reusable. We added some constants here, more locales, and we ran a migration to do things. So like, not seemingly a lot, but when we look at it, it feels like a lot, or at least I think it feels like a lot. And what's really nice now is when I go and edit my event now, like, hey, here's my form. Now, it would be nice if, like, on initialize, it could detect, like, show hide by default, which we can do. Oh, we also added form validations. Like, there's a lot of little things we did. Some of this might also just need to be behaviors we have to look in. I'm actually curious real quick with the event form. Just curious, like so I think it was stimulus has an initialize lifecycle callbacks. So connect once the controller is first instantiated. So initialize, and I think it literally could be this. I'm genuinely, yeah, check that out. Now you get a little flash here. And you get that flash because all those elements are dynamic. I think while this is a valid approach to this, and we could create a reusable function off of it, I don't think doing that in stimulus is the right call. I think what we really should do, if we want to be smart, is inside of our form, like we had, what we can do now is anywhere where we put the stimulus behavior, we could do hidden, and this is if, and our condition's going to have to be venue type. Event.venue type is I think is online. I'm trying to remember. There's got to be a helper here. So event equals event new event is online. Let's see what all the functions are. Might have, when I got rid of the enum, I might have gotten rid of this behavior, and that's okay. I think I got rid of it on accident. I really like that I had that helper before, and I could bring that back if I wanted. But it looks like we're not... Looks like we lost it, and it's my fault. So we do event, venue, type. Yeah, so I accidentally killed a helper that we had because we were using enums. Not the end of the world. We can actually just reintroduce that as a function. So now we can just say, you know, online question mark, and that's just going to say if venue type is online. And we can actually, what's nice about this is unless online question mark. And we might even be able to simplify this down to... I'm actually curious if that'll work. Let's try real quick. I didn't like that. Okay. Let's see if it'll work as a symbol. Ooh, check that out. Check that out. Here we can just do a puts like running venue info validation dot dot dot. So if we do like we can do this real quick. So if we do event new and we say event validate, we can see it's running the validation. But if we, and that's because by default venue type is in person. But if we set it to online, like I said we would earlier, and we run validate, it won't run now. And that's because you can use these symbols. And what's nice is now I can use the same symbol here to say wherever I was going to write it. I'm trying to figure out where I was going to write it. Here it is. Venue event is online. That's our logic. So by default now, if I refresh this now, see how that entire square went away? And that's just because we're going to just say, yeah, if it's hidden, don't show it. Get rid of it. And so anywhere we put these data event form targets for location 1, 2, and 3, and 4, inside of that same class, we can go and do a one-liner. Now I just got to find 4. So when I refresh the page now, check it out. And then when I'm ready to go hybrid or in person, it shows back up. And so we've got our default behaviors. And if we want to make a new event, everything just works. Everything just works. It's nice and simple. There's no, like, a lot of, we just created a lot of complex user interactions and stuff in not a whole lot of time, if we're going to be honest about it. And we're getting a lot of validation. We're getting a lot of behavior. This is feeling like a very successful build. I don't know about y'all, but I'm kind of liking where this landed tonight. So let's go ahead and create our commit for the night. Make sure we're not missing anything we want. And we'll just say update event form. Update event form, and then we can do some notes like extend event validations, create generic form CSS, add stimulus controller for dynamic form, add schema change for registration dates. What else do we need? We need add more locales, introduce currency constant, and yeah, that's about it. That's our commit. That's what we're gonna. That was a. I don't know. I think that was a solid night. We're gonna call that a solid night. We're gonna be really happy with how tonight ran. So we done. We're gonna be done tonight. Some quick things. I'm gonna have to chop last night's VOD up. I started looking at it, and a couple of the things that accidentally got shown on screen can't really make it into the final VOD. So we're gonna go ahead and I might not post it. Sorry if I don't. We kind of reviewed at the beginning of this like what it is, but this VOD will go up in full. So I apologize if you were looking forward to yesterday's VOD, but I can't post it in good conscience without doing a lot of heavy editing, and it's not really a VOD if I have to heavy edit it. That being said, I'm gonna make some clips and grab some stuff. It was also kind of like a wacky day because we were kind of all over the place answering questions, so I might just make a bunch of like little videos. So if you're looking for that stuff, it'll be coming. And with that, I hope you have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll be here same time next week, and I hope you have a good one. Bye.